All right. How's everybody doing? I hope you're well today. And it's Saturday, folks, and that can only mean one thing. It means it's live coding day. I hope you're feeling good wherever you are. And I hope you get something from this. You know, I've never really been able to figure out if people come along to watch or to have somebody to just code along with. Or maybe it's just to swoon with delight over my incredible voice and good looks. Who knows? But whatever your motivations are for being here, you are very, very welcome. I have my compulsory black coffee here. And today I have some incredibly special black coffee, let me tell you. And hopefully it'll help me to get a few things done, you know. So just give me a little second here as I set things up. I'm going to be, it's for a long time I've been trying to refactor this wretched, what on earth is it we're building? The API manager. And it has gone on for weeks and weeks and weeks. But today it's actually slightly boring. But I am going to put the pieces of the jigsaw together. And hopefully by the end of the day we should have our new API manager working. That's the goal, you know. That is the goal. So I think I'm just about ready to get started here. If I can find a browser window somewhere. Alright, there we go. Okay. So, screen on. And here we go. Alright. So, I have a slightly ridiculous new convention whereby when I'm doing something that's just a build for some feature, I'll start up the old desktop app here. I'll create a new app and I'll call it something like please delete and then a number. And it just means that I can, funnily enough, go back and I'll know that it's okay to delete this thing, you know. Once I've built the feature, of course. Alright, so here we go. We're generating a new app and all is well. And here's our new app, okay. Alright, now let's kick this one off by doing a commit right at the start here. So I'm gonna, how are we gonna do this? First thing I'll do is I'll cd into htdocs. Please delete, I think it's 7. There we go. So there's our files. Now I'm going to just say git init. And I'm just going to say git add all. Then git commit m start here. Or how about created new app? Something like that. Okay, excellent. So that's us out of the blocks with that stuff. And now it's coding time. So let me just open up the app that I had just created there. Alright. So this is our app, you know. And what I think I'm going to do is I think I'll build a little task manager. So let's just say create new module. Singular name is task. And I'm going to just have a variable character with task title. Then I'll have description. Actually, let's go with task description. You can see we've got some nice autocompletes here. And then we'll do a boolean with complete. So you tick the thing if the task is complete, right? We'll take that one out. And we'll order by ID ascending. Alright. So that's our task manager complete. And here it is in here. Alright. So what I think I'm going to do with this, I think my picture might be a bit big on the screen here. It might be, I don't know. Anyway, I will bring this down a wee bit if I can. Hold on. I don't like having a big giant picture on the screen, you know. There we go. That's a wee bit better, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say comma auto complete is assigned to off. So now if we create a new task record, I can go first task. Here is a description of the first task. I'll say that this one is complete. And there we go. I'm going to do 3 of these actually. Second task. Here is the second task description. Say that one's not complete. I'll just say third task. Let's say third task description ahoy. 1 line down. 5 lines down. Alright, so there's our 3 tasks. And this is another good time to take a commit. So generated task manager module and added 3 tasks. Okay, cool. So that's alright, and someone is here. Well, it's Bukaran Vlog, or Bakaran Vlog. How on earth are you doing, you exotically named person? It's very good to have you here. You're so welcome, and I hope you have a great weekend. And you know what? It's only just begun. Very good to see you. What are you working on today anyway? Anything good? Alright, so that's that. Now can you give me just half, not even half a minute, just give me 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Okay, we're good, we're good. I just had to check something in the other room, but we're alright. Okay, I actually have a washing on, if you must know. It's not very exotic, but at least I wash my clothes, you know. So I was just making sure I wasn't flooding the bathroom or anything. And here comes the great Stefan Hummel in full formation, pillar of the society, don't you know? How you doing, Stefan? It's good to hear you. Is the sound okay? I do hope so. And look at this. HB Tech Pro. Now, I remember that name. You've been gone a while. Where have you been, you crazy rock and roller? Welcome. Welcome to the live stream. Here's to you. I have a swig of coffee here, dedicated especially for you. Alright. So, let's rebuild this thing, you know. And I have a little idea. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a thing that I had been working on for weeks and weeks and weeks that was never quite finished, but I did like it. And there's going to be a whole lot of copying and pasting here. We're talking about maybe 2,000 lines of code, and I have to get this stuff right, you know. I've just got to get this stuff right. Was up playing chess last night, by the way. Had a fun-packed time. And I tell you, this chess, did you know that this chess website, chess.com, was made with PHP. Isn't that something? It was made with PHP. So, yeah, it was really cool. I stayed up with Derek. I was up till about 5:30 in the morning last night. It was nice to, mess around and do something a bit stupid with my time. Okay. And in case you're wondering, yes, I did win 5 games in a row. I have a cousin who was a chess champion, and when I was young, like about 14, 15, we used to go big old long walks to the library in town, and they had chess computers there, and we used to sit and play chess computers. So I spent a wee bit of time hanging about with somebody who knew about the game of chess, you know. I'm not that good at it though. I'm really not. But it's still a good old vibe. You've got to watch with chess though, because if you play too much of it, it drives you crazy. You end up waking up in the middle of the night and going, checkmate, you know. It's kind of a bit like coding in many respects, actually, now that I think of it. Anyway, here is what I'm building towards. This little beauty here. So how on earth does this thing work? Well, let's bring up the thing. I'm going to go to API, Explorer, Tasks. Now, for some of you, this looks great, and you may wonder, well, why bother fixing it? The truth is, in Bangladesh, thank you, Stefan, I appreciate that. He's in Bangladesh. Well, that's pretty darn awesome to hear. We don't have too many people from Bangladesh here. I'm liking your style. I'm liking it a whole lot, man. Welcome. All right. Yeah, this is kind of a nice part of the site, or the thing. But if you look at, there's a couple of problems, right? First of all, we're using a third-party library for the CSS, which is not cool. I never even realised that until recently, by the way. And as well as that, it also does a couple of other things that I'm not too into. Let me see if I can show you. Yeah, so look at this code. This is the most horrendous code. Like, nobody will understand it. I don't understand this code. Check it out. Wait till you see this horror story. Look at that, right? And this is what I mean when I say there's certain parts of this framework that I don't understand. So we have to rebuild this and also standardize it, because when I made that thing originally, the big secret is that when I made that, it was initially I thought I would just be the only person using it. I had no plans of releasing the framework, you know. So now that the framework's out there, I think I have an obligation to try and do this stuff right, you know. So that's what this is all about, and off we go. Now I'm going to go into the, let me think here. Right, I suppose the first thing that we ought to do is figure out how does this page work. Now you can see it's calling API, then it's calling Explorer, and then from Explorer it does require once view file, and the view file is inside engine views API explorer.php. So there is the horrible file that has to go. So what we're going to do is the unthinkable. We're going to rename this to API Explorer old, effectively getting rid of it. Then we're going to take our API.php, we're going to rename that as API old. Both of these things must be rebuilt. But don't worry, folks, I'm not going to break your apps. It's fine. Trongate is V1 forever. Don't you forget it, man. Don't you forget it. And don't believe what you hear other people saying. I saw somebody on a podcast the other day saying it's got no features. So I guess this is just an illusion, you know. Maybe I've entered the twilight zone here. No features. Anyway, one of the big mistakes with this file, API old, you don't need to be a coding expert to see this, is that it's almost 1,500 lines of code. Well, there you go, 1,440. And it's just too much, you know. This is a pretty much, it's a poorly structured thing, in my opinion. So we have to do something about that, you know. And we have to make these file sizes a bit smaller and just a little bit more manageable, you know. So if we go like this, I'll make the font bigger for you here. And then we'll go function. Let's go to Explorer. I'll just say hello. So now if we refresh here, what do you think is going to happen? That's right, it's going to say hello. So now we've got a little tiny old thing, and I suppose that's something. Now, one of the reasons why this is so big, this file, is because it's got all of these standard endpoints on them. And by a standard endpoint, I mean like this here and this here. I don't know how many there is. It looks like there's about 11 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it was 11. So that takes up a lot of code making all of these things work, you know. Certainly in terms of the endpoint that handles that stuff. Now, if you look at these URLs, we've got API/get and API. I'm looking at down here. Now that's the URL, API/get. Maybe I should do something with that. Okay, do you know what we'll do? I'm going to call in the employee of the month. This is our employee of the month. And as we do this, I'm going to try and get a little bit of advice as to how to make this a bit more standardized, you know, so that we're not giving people something that's completely unfamiliar. So before we do that, let's just imagine that we've got these different endpoints, like get, for example. So this is an endpoint, or let's call it a standard endpoint, for dealing with get requests. You know, something like that, right? Now how it works, how it actually works, well, we can figure that out later on. But in the meantime, if we go to API get, you can see that it says this is a standard endpoint for dealing with get requests. So imagine if there's all of these other endpoints, like post or something like that. I don't know what they're going to be called, right? But just for argument's sake, let's go with that, right? And so we've now got these endpoints that go like that. And let's imagine that all of these endpoints take up 10, maybe 500 lines of code. So what we have to do is figure out a way to have these endpoints here, and there's going to be 11 of them, but we need to figure out a way to have them moved somewhere else, you know. So what we could do is the following. We could go into the engine folder, have a new file, and we'll call it standard endpoints.php. Or even, since it's a class, let's make it standard endpoints.php with an uppercase S. Then we'll make the font a wee bit bigger for you. We could say class standard endpoints extends Trongate. And then we take these two little beauties here, which are standard endpoints, you know. Don't you love my terminology? It's like part of the bedrock of the capitalist society, you know? Anyway, we can then go like this. And even, if you want to be super smug, we could chuck in a little parent construct here. So we have just created this standard endpoints thing here. Now, if we then refresh, clearly we have lost the vibe because we moved it across. But I wonder, is it possible to intercept this? Well, that's a bit embarrassing. Let's have a think here. Now we could go into config and we could, now let me just try a wee experiment, will ya? Suppose we went to custom routing and suppose we said no, it wouldn't work. Forget it. Forget it. I was going to add custom routing in here, but that would, even if I got it working, it wouldn't be suitable for a variety of reasons. Whatever I do, I have to keep it self-contained. So, thinking here. Let me look at this ignition.php. So ignition does a bunch of stuff. We've got attempt add custom routes. Right. Okay, attempt add return nice URL. I don't even know what half of this stuff does. Load the helper classes. No, hold on. I've just noticed this is not that's not a class, it's just a bunch of functions. Right, I'm gonna have to figure out how this darn thing works before I get going with this. So it's slightly miserable coding, but I am gonna have to follow the breadcrumb trail here. So the first thing that happens is it loads up index, that goes to ignition, and that's right folks, I do not remember how it works. So we load up ignition, then it loads up config custom written site owner theme. So these are all config files. Then it loads up this SPL autoload register. SPL autoload register. I'm going to echo class name and maybe a little HR here. So if we refresh, now look at this. So you can see that we can chuck this in an H1, make it really clear. Okay. In fact, Doesn't get much clearer than that, right? So, it sets up this autoloader, so that's going to just presumably look out for stuff. It sets up load, which it will not invoke, get segments, which it will not invoke. These are just little helpers. Attempt to add custom routes. Now, none of this is being invoked. These are just functions. But then we get a bunch of helpers. So we define an app path. We get a bunch of helpers. We define some segments. Now let me do a little die statement here. Okay, so at this point, nothing has happened. Now supposing we take this out, or we comment that out. Page loads up again. So there is something being loaded from here. I can see that we're saying core, so there must be a core file being loaded somewhere. And where the hell is it being loaded from? There you go. So we require ignition, right? So that ignition just sets up a bunch of stuff. So it basically, in short, what ignition is saying is it's saying, hey man, here's what load means, here's what segments means, here's what a few other things mean. And if somebody looks for a class and you can't find it, run this SPL autoload register and you should be able to find the class at that point. That is the beginning, middle, and end of what that does. But then, if you look at ignition, if you look at index, after it's included ignition, it says init new core. So that means that it runs this. This is the next thing that happens. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, without going into too much detail, let's see if we can figure out what's going on here. It's looking at, it's figuring out what the default module controller default methods are. It's also looking at the current value, which it would pick up from the third URL segment. I'm talking dead fast here, so that you think I'm intellectual, by the way. I don't know if it's working. Anyway, here we're looking at the vendor autoload folder, or we're looking out for it. If we see that, we're going to serve a vendor asset. So we did build all of that into it. And it's an irritation when people say that we never did. Here we've got our module assets folder. And here we've got serve controller. Now, this is all part of a constructor. So we can be pretty sure that serve controller is the next thing being called, you know. So let's now just move down and look at these. We've got a function. We've got a function. We've got a function. We've got a function. Functiony function. And there you go. So these are all functions. Now, who cares what they say? The bottom line is they're not being invoked. My friends, the next part of the breadcrumb trail is serve controller. I'm going to echo. You got this. Check it out. See how it says you got this? There you go. The web developer extraordinaire is in full formation on this fine day of all days. So here we go. We've got some segments here. Now let's just say JSON segments. I'll do a little true. So you can see here that it's saying that the second segment is API. Now this gives us a beautiful opportunity to intercept things. Let me show you what I mean. So right here, it's looking at the first segment. So imagine you're on a tasks module. The first segment might be tasks, right? It's figuring out what the controller name is from the first segment. Here, second segment, it's figuring out what the method name is. Finally, we have our third segment, which is our value. Now, one thing to keep in mind, I kind of noticed this. If I echo segments 1, in the case of our URL here, segment 1 is API. And then here it's going to say segment 2 that. Then it's going to say segment 3 that. Now, check this out. If the file does not exist, controller path. Now, you see we've got a big red page. Help. Oh, I thought it would have done that. Let me echo the controller path then. Echo. Controller path. So it's looking for engine API. How did it get that? Ah, well, look at this. If the controller path is modules API, so got you. So see when we get to this point here, I'll show you. Right, see when we get to this point, I think the controller path is, now let's just chuck it in. So what's happening here is it's doing all of the normal rules for mapping out URL routes, and it's saying, okay, well, if you said API post, it must be an API module. It must be a controllers folder, and it must be a file called api.php. And the purpose of this statement, this if statement, is to say, no, actually, that's not the case. And so, you can see here that it's saying, actually, it's now changed to this controller path here. I'm smiling because I think I've figured this out. So now that it knows what that controller path is, if the method exists, now what method? Well, if we echo this current method, the method's going to be called post, as you can see. Now, if the method exists, we load the page. But if the method does not exist, what do we do? If the method does not exist, we draw an error page. Let me show you. So we're looking at method exists. There you go. So if I do this, big old red page. Now if I just echo OK, it's going to say OK. So now we know how this framework works. Congratulations. You've already learned a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so now that we know how this framework works, we're going to look for the bit that says API, or API Explorer, or Engine API, and there it is right there, okay? So if the controller path is blah 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 blah, then it's loading up Engine API. Now, before we do this, I am going to use the most powerful feature in all of programming, the switch statement. I really need to make sure I've got this right, so give me a moment. I'm always doing typos with these things, even now. Okay, so I'm going to say switch actually I'm not going to do anything. If we look closely at this, it's figuring out that the controller's path must be API, right? But we have also established echo this current method. Now, if this says post, and it does, that means that that's a standard endpoint. So we're not going to do a switch statement. Instead, we're going to say standard endpoints equals, and it's going to be an array, and maybe we could call them more accurately standard endpoint methods. So then we could say, alright, so we've got get, we've got post and stuff like that, and then we say if in array, if what's in the array? If this current method, if that is in the array of standard endpoint methods, then the controller, well, echo, let's just say standard endpoint die statement. Otherwise, it must be the API Explorer, so we'll chuck this in. So if we refresh, now it knows that this is a standard endpoint. But importantly, we've still alright, that's our API Explorer, we're rebuilding that. But we have done the groundwork here. Oh hallelujah, oh hallelujah. So, what we're going to do then is we build a bunch of standard endpoints. And when we get a standard endpoint, we're going to say that the controller path is engine, and then it's going to be standard endpoints. There you go. Something like that. So if I now refresh, now I'm going to go to standard end. Ah, you swine. Let's have a look here. Okay, let me echo controller path. So engine standard endpoints.php. Okay. Okay, so far. We are okay so far. Now this is, I'm going to just do a die statement here. Now the fact that that die statement worked tells me that we made it past here. So now, if environment is dev, attempt SQL transfer. Okay, that's fine. Now here, if we refresh, right, we're getting this, right? So, let's just clarify what the variables are. We've got this current controller and this current method. So that is API post Okay, so you can see what we have to do, right? The current controller, this current controller is actually going to become standard endpoints. That's how it works. And then as we go down here, I'm smiling because now we've got that. So hallelujah and hark the herald angels sing. Yes, we have managed to nail some stuff. Giro is here all the way from Iceland. How you doing, Giro? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. And what a fine day we are having today. Yeah, so basically, I'm just simplifying this API Explorer. The existing one is almost 1,500 lines of code. Here it is here. It's just far too big. So I'm shortening it. And in order to shorten it, we have to go into our core file, which is a little bit scary. But let's just recap on what happened there. So core is one of the actually it's literally the first class that loads, and it defines default methods and controllers. It looks at the URL, it figures out, let's serve this controller here. So we run, this is how the framework works. It runs serve controller, it looks at the segments, figures out what's going on, and here's our modification. We've added a little if statement in here. That's all we've done, and in fact, I'm going to do the unthinkable. Let's go right back to the start. There we go. So we're taking this part here, boom, and now if we refresh, you can see that we've now got this new class called standard endpoints. So the idea is, instead of having all of the endpoints for this stuff in one big giant class, now we can all have a fabulous separation of concerns. That's right, that's right. So this is a good time to do a commit. I'm going to say git add all, git commit have now created standard endpoints class and now routing to the standard endpoints class. Perfect. Okay. Now, that's pretty cool. Would you let me top up my black coffee, folks? Would that be okay with you? Let me just do that. I will be back in approximately 1 minute, okay? Maybe 2 minutes. Alright, stay cool. Okay, and we're back. So, that was a nice wee bit of work we did there. We've done something that I don't like doing, and that is done a little tweak, you know. So let's just say I don't know what happened to my last commit. Who cares? Right, so that's our that is our core thing looking good. So now we're going to forget about the standard endpoints, at least for the moment. And we're going to rebuild the Explorer here. So let's have a look at what we're doing here. So it's attempting to get a user ID, it's looking at codes, deleting tokens, blah 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 blah. And it's building columns and it's doing a whole bunch of stuff, and none of it is stuff that I'm really liking. So I'm going to go to the newer version of this that I had been making or working on. If I go to API, here's our API Explorer. And it's just a lot better, this code. By the way, see when I say this code is a lot better, I should say this, I wonder if you can hear me. I'm not reading the code. I'm not a genius, you know. So if I'm glancing and I'm saying the code's better, I'm feeling it. And you can feel it as well. You can see how it's nicely commented. It's got nice spacing. It feels better, you know. That's it. Trust your instinct. That's right, folks. We're all geniuses here. So we're going to take that little beauty, and now we're going to go like this. I'll have a quick read at it just to make sure I'm happy. So we make sure that we're on the dev environment. We get the target table. We make sure the table exists. Now I'm going to have to build that, right? So I'm glad I checked for that. Let's just make sure table exists. There we go. And back here, I've got an itchy nose, forgive me. There we go. There we go. How you like me now? So we make sure the table exists. We load up Trongate tokens. We I actually I don't. Oh, give me a minute.
Hello, Moto.
Could you give me a second? It's my Lady Wonder wench. Hello. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing a wee live stream here. Would you like to say hello to the planet called Earth?
Oh, planet Earth.
There you go. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm absolutely good. What about you?
Doing good. Doing good. Yeah, all is well and life is fine.
That is good. It was just your wee lunchtime phone call.
All right, that's awesome. Well, look, lunch is a specialty of mine, but I really want to get this API Explorer done. Would you forgive me if I just... Because that's a groove, but I was going to head over tonight, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. What time would you like me over there at?
8 o'clock.
Perfect. Yep, perfectamundo. I'll leave here at approximately... at approximately 6:52 p.m. in 39 seconds. Okay. Great. What you up to yourself today? Anything good? Hang on. Would you like to make a ton of developers happy? I'll put you on loudspeaker. What are you doing today?
Well, I just did my classes, so that was good.
I was hoping you would say I was going to wash my boobs. Never mind.
That too.
Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that.
Oh, but that soap, the bubbles go everywhere. It's a nightmare, right? What can you do?
I'm absolutely covered with it.
Okay. Thank you. You've just made a whole bunch of developers really happy.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, my view count's gone through the roof. Anyway. Nah, that's great. Well, look, I hope you have a great one, and I'll give you a phone when I'm leaving. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'll see you tonight.
Alright, take it easy. Thanks for phoning. Cheerio now.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Alright, kids. Right, so let's move on with this. Let's move on with this nonsense here. Now, we're up to this point here. I'm going to just echo looking good with a die statement. And if we... forgive my humour, folks, you know. Forgive my humour. Okay, so you can see that we have a wee problem here because it's looking for get all tables, right? But that's okay. We can do that. So I'm not really writing much code today, by the way. I'm pretty much just bringing this thing together. There you go. Looking good. Looking good. So, speaking of looking good, can I tell you about my next move that I'm thinking about doing? I have the most crazy-assed idea ever. And it's nothing to do with web development. But right now, I'm just in a very small flat here. There's nothing fancy about this place, that's for sure. But a few miles away, I discovered this beautiful house. I mean, really, really beautiful. It's, I don't know if we can call it a mansion, but it's got cornices and pillars and stuff. It's really, really great, and it's on its own, you know. But it's a complete mess. The roof's falling apart. There's all junk in the garage. It's probably the floor's unusable. There's bits of the wall falling off. I don't know how old this house is. It must be about 100 years old or something. But it's a big, big old house, you know. But it's falling apart. And one of the guys, one of the neighbours, I passed by and, you know, I was with my lady Wonder Wench. And one of the neighbours saw that we were kind of looking at it. And I got chatting to the neighbour and I said, how long's this house been like that? And he said, it's been like that for about 20 years. So imagine this big old rundown house. I mean, it's a mess. You'd have to redo the floors and everything. Even the walls would have to be rebuilt in some places. But he said it's been like that for about 20 years. And he said, you know, people use that place as a drugs den. Because you go in, the door's wide open. It's basically the classic haunted house kind of place you'd expect the monsters to live in. But I've been looking at the numbers and I've done a wee rough, stupid calculation along with my lady Wonder Wench. And we reckon that if I sell this place, I might be able to get within touching distance of this dilapidated old house, you know. And I'm probably going to do it. That's right. I'm probably going to do it. So that will be, if that happens, it'll be the video series of the century, because wait till you see this place. And the question is, would you do such a crazy maneuver? I don't know much about DIY or anything. I imagine it would take 2 or 3 years to fix this place. And probably about 100 grand. It really needs a lot of work. But what an incredible project that would be, you know. So there's a chance that I might be moving out of here within the next few months. And now you know the plan. Kind of cool, isn't it? Alright, so let's keep on this. You can see that it says looking good. And now I'm just going to go through this thing again. Now I am happy with up until here, right? The user may use tokens for testing endpoints. So we assume a user ID of nothing. We assume a code of 0 for bypassing auth rules. Right. Do you see how this bit makes us feel a bit uncomfortable? I don't know if I like this token stuff. I just don't know if I like it. And if I'm being entirely honest, I don't understand it either. So, what I'm going to do is take out all of that token stuff. Just take it all out for the moment. And I'll just do a wee comment that says token stuff end. And then up here, token stuff start. So that means that we get to here. There you go. So now we've got this get status codes thing. That's going to produce an error because we don't have that. Of course we don't have that. But we can easily bring that one back. Get status codes. Here they are. So that's all of our HTTP status codes right there. Okay, we refresh. Now we've got fetch endpoints. So what this is doing is it's checking for an API.json file. Let's just chuck this in. Okay, so we're saying fetch endpoints, target table. If it's empty, no target table set, but it's attempting to find a bunch of endpoints. Then we've got get table columns. And at that point, it's now trying to load our API Explorer.php file. So we go into Engine, Views, New File, API Explorer.php. Perfect. So now there's our API Explorer. Now that certainly looks horrible, doesn't it? Let's look at the new API Explorer that I had made. Here it is. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to paste in. So there we go, right? Now you can see that we're missing a few different files and whatnot. First of all, you can see that we're looking for API Explorer style.php. That is this file here. It's a pretty big file, 382 lines of code. I'm going to copy that. But instead of requiring it in like this, I'm going to just chuck the styling stuff right on the page like that. Means I don't have to worry about a style sheet, right? So that's kind of cool. Next, as we look at our thing here, you can see that we've got API Explorer JS. Now API Explorer JS is this file here. So we're going to say views, new file, API Explorer. What the heck is it called? API Explorer JS.php. Again, do we like that? I don't like it. I'm not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Instead, I'm just going to copy and let me just paste in. Okay. Now the next thing, we've got API Explorer modal.js, and again I'll select all, copy, head back. Now if we look at this here, we've got a script here all the way down. And I'm going to paste in at around about 701 that was. Okay. So if we refresh, ah, jeez. Right, what's it not liking? Come on. 533. All right. Do a wee closing script tag here. I actually have no clue what's going on here. So do you know what? I think I'm going to do the unthinkable. I think I'm going to take that out. Okay. Now, navigated to that. Why is it doing that? Unexpected token. I don't get that. Hold on. So suppose we take that out. Okay. Right. Back to basics here. Clearly, this is becoming ridiculous. So save that. Refresh. I don't understand why I'm getting that crazy old error message. Two issues. Now, why would it do that? Alright, let me just try something. Hi. Dice statement. It says hi. I have really no idea why it's giving me that message. But now it's okay. Okay, employee of the month. I'm building a website and viewing on Chrome. When I refresh the page, I get a console log that says why am I getting this message? This message suggests that it's triggering a navigation event. This could be happening for several reasons. Your web page is using JavaScript to make an AJAX. This would cause the browser to navigate. Your web page is using an HTTP form submission. Okay. So basically, it doesn't really know. I notice that the words navigated to are blue in color. Is this significant? So what does blue text mean in this instance? Okay. Now suppose we head over to an older version. Inspect, console, refresh. That one's saying navigated to as well. So let's try something else. Let's say this one. Okay. I reckon it's doing it everywhere. Aye. So, I've noticed that I'm getting the navigated to console.log regardless of which website URL I go to. This suggests to me that I might have some kind of setting on Chrome that is invoking the annoying console.log messages. Do you agree? It's possible that some setting is causing these console.logs, however, it's also possible disable Chrome extensions. Okay, these are good suggestions. So let's go to the console.log settings. See this preserve log upon navigation? I'm going to untick that. Now I'm going to refresh. And that's it fixed. These error messages are YouTube things, nothing to do with me. So that is the issue fixed. Thank you very much. Your applause is most welcome. So if I refresh this, you won't see that thing again. I'll do that again. There you go. Pretty cool, right? So that takes care of that. Now, if I echo hi, a little die statement. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Now, let's get this view file working. It's the API Explorer view file. Here it is. And there's how it looks. And you can see that we're not getting any console.logs here. Now, what I would like to do is I'm going to ask a question. Is it appropriate to have a .css file inside a views folder when building a PHP website? Yes, it's appropriate. Is it appropriate to have a CSS directory inside a views folder? Okay, so it seems to be contradicting itself. Let me just check something. Based on what you've just said, is not considered best practice. See what I mean? Okay. What if I have an HTML file inside the engine folder of a PHP framework? I'll call it the Trongate framework. Why not? Okay. We're struggling. Right, okay, so I think I'll take a vote in the room. Oh, Gia says he would jump on at the haunted house. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that, especially coming from you, you know. So that is excellent advice, and you know, I really, really appreciate that. So I'm going to jump on it. For anyone who is a member of the channel, next week, oh, what a week it shall be. Because next week I'm launching a web development company. And I'm probably going to launch it on Tuesday. So you get to see all of that, you know. And the moment I've got an income, then it's haunted house time. But wait till you see the place. I mean, it's a beautiful building. I might be able to show you on Google Maps, actually. Well, I'll show you it, because you're probably not going to buy it, right? Okay, let me show you the thing. Why not? So let me show you the house, right? I'm just looking on Google Maps here, if you give me a wee moment. So this is the house that I'm thinking about buying. I'm just going on to Google Maps here. Okay. Give me a wee moment. Okay, here it is here. I don't know why I've got it on another screen, but here it is. Pardon me. Now, there's the house, right? And isn't that a beaut? Look at it, right? And look at the neighbourhood. So, Mr. Mercedes here, that's a guy I was talking to yesterday. And there is the house, right? Now, it doesn't look anything like that today. This was 2012. So wait till you see the state of it now. If I take you up to 2018, you'll see that the wall's been knocked down and this drain pipe's gone, but it's much worse than that. Now there's all junk in here. The garage has been knocked down. There's bits hanging off of this. But let me tell you something, folks. I think that is a beautiful house. And I think that with a wee bit of work, I think it could be really, really great, you know? I mean, can you imagine, like, maybe you could turn this into an office or something like that, you know? So what do you reckon? That's the place I'm thinking about getting. They've removed the garage and the whole wall here needs rebuilt. The roof's hanging off. You can see that there's already signs of problems with the roof here. But that is the place. What do we reckon? You wouldn't be ashamed of a place like that, right? Oh, you like it, right? Okay, cool. That is awesome. Well, I really appreciate you saying that. It's I don't know what the inside of it's like or anything, but what I can tell you is this is all junk in here, junk. The windows smashed, everything. You could never live in it. It needs so much work. But I think here's one that looks nice, by the way. If you look at the neighbours here, this is the promised land. So that one looks pretty good, right? And there's another one up here. If I show you. So look at that one. Same type of shape. You can hardly see it, but it's just nice, you know? And I have to tell you folks, look at the neighbours. I would feel pretty darn proud living in a place like that, you know? And it would be, like I say, it would take me probably 2 or 3 years to get this looking decent. But oh, what a beautiful project, you know? So that is hopefully the new house. Class architecture. Yeah, totally. I mean, those bricks will be, you know, or the walls even, those walls will probably be about 2 foot thick or something like that. I mean, they really build these houses like tanks, you know. And I like the number as well, you know. So that's it. And that I'm going to tell you something crazy. You see this window right here? I think that's where the next office is. So that's where I'm going to be live streaming from. I just feel like there's a good energy from here, you know. And who knows, maybe you can come down and join me. Come in for a bowl of soup, you know. But it really, really means a lot, you know, especially from you, Gear. Because let's face it, you're probably the richest person watching. So that's really great, man. Thanks, I'm glad you like it. Okay, brilliant. So, alright. Head on back to this page now. That's got me all excited now. You got me all excited here. And the funny thing is, you don't get places like that. It's because it's in such a dilapidated state that I'm kind of excited, you know? That's right. So, oh man, I'm really happy that you liked it. Alright. Because this place is a hellhole. I couldn't bring anyone in here, you know? Okay. Right, I'm going to revert to whatever I was doing previously. So what I did previously was I had the API Explorer. This is highly unusual, but I had these includes here. And I'm going to just add them. Okay, so now if we refresh, nothing much happening. In fact, you can see we've got these error messages. However, API Explorer style. So API Explorer style, I think it's .php. And I know that that's weird, but that's just how you build it. Then API Explorer JS.php. Or maybe not. No, I'll just do it. We'll just do it. API Explorer JS.php. It's really unusual. API Explorer JS.php. Okay, so that is going to be this code here. Now unfortunately we're getting this unexpected token, and you can see that we're not getting a thing called golden token coming in. So what we'll do, just for the moment, is yeah, do you see how it's got this golden token thing? So I'm going to just say, we'll worry about the tokens later, right? We'll just say golden token is empty for the moment. That gets rid of our pesky JavaScript error. And now we'll take this API Explorer modal.js. Now, do we really need that? I think we probably do. API Explorer modal. So it's API Explorer modal js.php. Pasting in. I have no clue what I'm doing, but I'm confident, you know. I'm alright. Okay, there we go. We have the beginnings of a page here. Now, this is where we go back to the, well, let me think. Okay, I'll do a commit. Git add all, git commit m, now got basic but non-functional Explorer page added. Okay, good. So, what we're gonna do next? The next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the employee of the month. We're gonna start a new chat, and we're gonna say, oh, my phone's gone. Alright, just a friend from India. Right, okay, so we're gonna say, I am building an API manager for a PHP website. My goal is to have something similar to, let's say, loopback. Are you familiar with loopback? It's an open source Node.js framework, blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Great. So let's assume that we have a database table called tasks. Let's also assume that our website base URL is finally, let's assume that I would like to build a RESTful API system with the following endpoints. Now I'm going to have to unfortunately type this garbage in here. Yeah, I know it's a bit dull, but I can't think of any other way to do this. So I'll just type in get by post, find one, exists, count by post, create, insert batch, update, destroy, delete one. Now let's also add in the request types here. I'm going to say get is get. Then here I'm going to say post, find one, get, exists, get. Now I'm hoping it will figure out what I mean by this, you know. Count is a get request. Count by post is a post request. Create is a post request. Insert batch is a post request. Update is a put request. Destroy is a delete request. And delete one is a delete request. Okay, so let's assume that we have a database table called tasks. Let's also assume that our website base URL is blah blah blah. Finally, let's assume that I would like to build a RESTful API system with the following endpoints: get by post. Okay. What can you give me a list of appropriate URLs for each of the endpoints that I would like to build? Please, in your answer, please assume that this is for a tasks database table. Okay, there we go. So we're trying to get it to standardize the stuff, you know. That is really, really great. Really, really great. And you can see that it says, note that the URLs are the same, but they're different HTTP methods. Thanks. I think I have identified a challenge with your list of URLs. I think that PHP does not differentiate between post, put, and delete requests. Do you agree? No, that's not entirely accurate. PHP does not differentiate. Okay. Can you tell me how for instance, does it use put and delete requests, or does it stick to simply get and post requests? Alright. When I put a delete request in, Laravel uses a technique method called spoofing, which involves sending a hidden method field. Wow. Or if you're making, you can do like this. Is anyone familiar with that? I've never seen that in my life. So it looks for the method field in the data. Okay. Same question, but for Symfony. Okay. Let's go back to the list that it just gave us. Alright. Previously, I asked you to produce a list of URLs that are applicable for an API system for a tasks table. You gave me the following list. Should this list be considered an industry standard that ought to be complied with in the strictest possible terms, or is your answer just a suggestion? Of course, if there's some other category for your list, then please do feel free to let me know. Right. The list of URLs I provided is not an industry standard that must be strictly followed, but rather a common convention that's used in RESTful API design. The specific URLs in HTTP HTTP methods used in an API will depend on the specific requirements of the application. That being said, following establish it can help make it more intuitive. Additionally, okay, okay, I'm going to ask a little vote here. I'm going to have a wee vote in the house, right? I'm going to ask, should we use the common conventions for URLs? How do you write RESTful like that? So should we use the common URL conventions? Okay, let me know what you think. I'm going to ask you what you think we should do with this. So if I leave this on the screen for a minute, this is the standard URL conventions, but I'm not sure if I'm into it. I'm really not sure if I'm into this. So I'll let you see what you think, and I'll give you 2 minutes to think about that, and then we'll come back and see how you feel. Okay, so just give me 2 minutes. Okay, we are back. Let's see what you said. So if we look at the votes here, I could have done with a bit more voting action, to be honest, but I think that's probably fair enough. So, what now? What now? I think that I'd like to try a wee experiment before we completely forget the idea. If we go to something like tasks, right, and then we go to something like function count, and we say hi, okay, now if we do that, and now I'm going to go to tasks count, you can see that this, sure enough, it says hi, right? Now what this chat GPT is suggesting is that we should make it so that this thing automatically runs our API manager. So what we could do then is the following. Suppose we go to our API, suppose we go to this core.php file. Alright. And we're going to go right up to the bit that says draw error page here. So this is our error page. And again, if I echo hi, little old die statement, the error page has gone. Now what we could do here is we could do something like this. If we echo this current controller, you'll see that it says tasks, right? So we could do something like this. Else no, let's not do that. So yeah, we could do this attempt API endpoint or attempt invoke standard endpoint. Attempt invoke standard endpoint. Now if I go like this, private function attempt invoke standard endpoint, I can then say attempting a little die statement. So if I do that, okay, so I'm attempting to invoke this standard endpoint, but if nothing happens, then we display the error page. Now let's think about this. let's think about this. It's line 220. Okay, hold on. You can see that we've got this standard endpoint methods. So if we're on API, we can do that. That's all fine. And that loads up those. Our standard endpoint methods. If we think about the answer it's given us here, okay. So what we'll do then is right here, I'm going to say RESTful endpoints equals an array so then okay, let's take this so that's going to say get okay, so I'm going to say could you please turn the following into a PHP array. I want each array item to be an object with the following 3 properties. One, request type. 2, well, I'll make that request name e.g. get by post. So request name to request type 3. Okay. API Explorer. Nah. Let's call it third segment e.g, an empty string. Okay, so that's what I want it to do. I'm going to copy this, paste in. Okay, now I know how to do this. I hope I've explained it clearly. So here's an example PHP array that meets your requirements. So request type is get, third segment. That's perfect. Okay, good. It's really good. Okay. Good. That's really, really great. So there's one other thing that I'm going to do. We're going to take these URLs here. Okay. I'm going to have to do a wee bit of work on this. Right. So let me go to this API Explorer. And okay, I'm going to chuck this up here. Maybe here. going to go like that. Okay. So that's that. Then I'm going to say echo that a little br, and how about a dice statement? Okay. Okay, now I'm going to say endpoint row URL segments is string replace tasks with table, and we're going to do that to endpoint row URL segments, so we get that. Now if we look at our employee of the month, they've got this third segment here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say thanks. Now I want you to create the array again, only this time I want each array item to have a fourth property. The name of the fourth property should be legacy URL. I want the following data to be used for the legacy URL properties. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Right. So let's copy that, and this is all starting to get a bit interesting, isn't it? So if we go to api.php, okay, great. I have a PHP class . No. Okay. What's the best way to store this endpoint data within, if I'm building a PHP framework? For example, should I store it inside an API class, or perhaps inside a setting file. Or something else. The best way to store would be dependent on the significance. Store the endpoint in a dedicated class. Yep. Good. Has to be somewhere here where we've got settings stored. Okay. Suppose I wanted to store this inside an API class. Here is the starter code for my PHP class. Can you show me how you would add those settings to the class? I'm really letting this thing lead me by the hand here, you know? Okay. Okay. I'm surprised that you put those API settings before the constructor. Is that normal? Also, what if I wanted to make it so that I can call those settings from any other PHP class? I know what you do, you make it go public, right? But I just want to lead it by the hand. Okay, that's cool. Great. Now Can you show me an example of how another PHP class would load the settings? Here's some starter code. Okay, cool. Right, so we're getting somewhere here. So what we're going to do then, I did a poll earlier on, and I was asking if we should do a break and change, follow the industry conventions, or say to hell with the conventions. The truth is, I think I can do both of them. I think I can do both. I can keep our own stuff and follow the conventions. Why not, you know? So that's what we are working on here. We're going to try and keep both, so nothing breaks. Therefore, I'll copy all of this here. We'll go up here, go like this. So this is now going to be called public endpoints. Public endpoints. There you go, right? And you can see what we're doing here. Okay. See where it says okay, thanks. I'm concerned that legacy URL will not inspire confidence among developers who use the framework. Can you think of a better and more appropriate name for the legacy URL property? I want something that a property name Now there's a strange question. Depreciated URL. Nah, I don't like them. Okay, I'm going to just go with alt URL. Okay, alt URL. So, here's a bunch of endpoints, and don't they make you feel good? So let's, now that we've kind of figured out the general theory, let's see if we can move forward a wee bit here. I'll start by bringing our API Explorer Alright, so on API.php 224, it's got a problem. 224 is the end of the file. So that tells me that this is the mistake. There we go. So we're imagining that somebody goes to the URL, something like tasks count, and you can see that that's given us a 404 error, right? But here on core, we can do the following. Right. So what we're doing here, we have failed to find an endpoint. But what we're going to do is we're going to basically we're going to attempt, before we display the error page, let's attempt to invoke a standard endpoint. Now, by the way, if we had gone to, well, suppose we went to one of these URLs like API get tasks, right? So if I go API get tasks, for example, it's the standard API point. It's loading up, and that's beautiful. If we had gone to API/count tasks, well, again, I'll just head to standard endpoints. I'm going to just say function count echo. This is a standard endpoint for counting tasks. Oh, you miserable swine. Well, of course, the reason why that's happening is because if we look up here, we've just hard coded in this get post bullshit here. So I would have to hard code in count, and there it is, right? So let's imagine we did something really cool. Let's imagine we load up the API class here. Now I'll do a die statement to show us that we're in the game, okay? And so if we head to the employee of the month, it gave us an example of this. So I'm going to take these two lines of code here. I'm going to go like this. Then I'm going to var dump this API settings with a die statement. Undefined method get API settings. So let's look at our API. So this is called endpoints. Now, let's head here. We'll just call it endpoints. Now we've got them. Now the question is, did we even need to include that? Okay. Right, let me try something. Let me see, settings is API endpoints, little old die statement. Alright, so I think that I'm just going to quickly check something. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Let's do the following. Okay. Right, here's what we're going to do. To keep the speed of the framework high, I'll only call the API thing from in here. So I'll just say that API is new API. Then I'm going to say I think I might call it, do you know what? Oh, Simon is here. How are you doing, Simon? Very good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. Right, I appreciate this. I'm going to try and get it so that I'm doing the conventions and keeping our own stuff on board. So I'm going to ask another question, if I may, to the group. And the question is this. What property name should we give to represent the old API? Okay, endpoint URLs. Well, give me your opinion on this one, Simon, will you, before you go? And I appreciate the heads up. So should we call it like alt URL depreciated URL legacy URL or something else? Now I'll explain what this question means for anyone who's unclear, and I shall respect the results of the vote, right? So we're going to have a bunch of standard endpoints. You've seen that before with this framework, right? So if you think about our API manager, which looks a little bit like this, we'll call these standard endpoints. Now here are the URLs that we've used, right? but these URLs are not, I repeat, not industry standards. Therefore, we're now going to build something that respects the industry standards. In order to do that, we're going to have an array of settings declared like this. Now, I'm quite happy. I don't know if I should call this third segment because it's, strictly speaking, it's not the third segment. But this one here, this alt URL, refers to the old URLs. We want to keep it working. We don't want breaking changes, right? So that refers to that stuff. And the question is, what should we call that property? I know it sounds trivial, but there's people looking at the source code, you know. And I would be super grateful if you could let me know. So do let me know, and I'll respect the result of the vote. Now try not to vote all at once, folks, because I'm really concerned here that you're probably going to be melting down the servers, you know. All right. All right, so we have 2 votes for alt URL. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll have a quick word with the employee of the month, and let's try something else. Let's okay. In the settings that were created previously, you'll notice that I called one of the properties third segment. At the time, this seemed like a good idea. However, in hindsight, I've realized that some of the values assigned to this property include characters from both with this in mind, what would be a more appropriate property name for third segment? Oh no, don't do that to me. Okay. Let's call it resource identifier. Okay, so resource identifier. Alright, that's our settings now sorted. And as we look at the vote, it's legacy URL is in there. And alt URL, we've got alt URL just in the lead, but there's only 3 votes, so you can shape the future of this framework. Just let me know what you think. And we may do that, you know, we may do that. And if there's something else, just let me know. But so far, alt URL's got it. I suppose it isn't alt URL. These are, in case you're wondering, it's just vitamin D and what the hell, vitamin B complex. Nothing dodgy, you know. Alright, so far it looks like alt URL's winning it, which is fine. Now let's go back to our page here. Okay. So we have a little syntax error on our core file, and what I'm going to do then is the following. I'm going to say Trongate standard endpoints. No. Standard endpoints is API calling upon, and let's just call this what it is. It's standard endpoints, right? It's a better name. So there you go. Now if we say JSON standard endpoints, we get that. Okay. So now I'm going to say geez. So what we're doing here, maybe we should just say let me think here. Maybe this should actually go on the standard endpoints class. It makes a bit of sense, right? And maybe we could call them, still getting a bit confusing, so let's call them default endpoints, right? Default endpoints. Then what we could do is we could say right, all of these things would be public, but then we could have, I'll call this one public attempt invoke default endpoint. Okay. Now over here, not much happening. So all right. So what we're basically doing here is we're going to say controller path is API return controller path. Now, okay, let me just try a wee experiment. Segment 3 die statement. It gives us that. See if I say segment 4. So all of that segment stuff completely works here, which is really great. So what we'll do then is I'll say API is new API, and then on our API thing I'm gonna say function. And I suppose since I'm in the guts of the framework, maybe I should make that public, I don't know, but let's just chuck in our return controller path, right? So if we echo the current URL with a die statement, you can see how this works, right? So somebody has gone to this URL here, and how the heck does it work? Aye. So we're going to ask is this URL within the scope of the default endpoints? You know what? I like standard endpoints. I like the word. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. So, taking a deep breath here. This is some tricky stuff, you know. So what we're going to do, okay, call me a royal idiot, but we are going to move this here. Okay, so if I say something like JSON this standard endpoints, we should have access to all of those endpoints. Now, each of these endpoints has got 1, 2, 3, up to 3 things. 1, 2, 3. Then 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 4. Okay. All right. So this is one for the employee of the month. Okay. employee of the month. Here we go. And this is where we really test this thing. So let's suppose an HTTP request is sent to the following URL. Now we'll call, I said earlier on that the base URL was something else here. It looks like we've given it its URL anyway. Okay, website we'll just say. Alright, so let's assume that an HTTP request is sent to the following URL. Let's assume that I have a PHP function called segment. The segment function accepts one argument, an integer. If somebody calls segment 2, for example, count would be returned in this instance. My goal is to also, I have the current URL available inside a variable called current URL. It's not entirely true, but it makes it simple. Let's assume I'd like to loop through my array of standard endpoints and attempt to return the index number of the standard endpoint that should be invoked based on the URL. How would I achieve this? I'm really being heavy with this thing here. These are heavy questions, you know. I wouldn't blame it if it says get lost. But let's see if it can do it. Alright, see you later, Gear. Bless you, man. I appreciate you passing by. Take it easy. Alright, here we go. Okay, cool. Great. Now, as you can see, we also have a resource identifier property. This means that each of the standard endpoints can potentially be invoked from 2 distinct URLs. For example, the count endpoint could be invoked by going to either, now let's work this one out, it would be either API count tasks or tasks. And then if you look at the standard endpoints, count. Can you improve the find endpoint index function so that it checks for both possible types of URL? Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. Sure, we can modify the find endpoint, blah, 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 blah. Alright. I have no idea what it's doing. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Okay. Now let's look at these standard endpoints again. Okay. As you can see, our standard endpoints includes the following strings: table and ID. The assumption being made here is that table would be replaced with tasks, or to be more accurate, the value from the either the first segment, first segment or the second segment. Alt URL. Oh jeez, man. Can you change it and improve the function so that it is sensitive to these things? Certainly, here's an update. It takes into account blah 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 blah. Perfect. Alright, give me just a wee second here, I'll be right back. Okay, now I've got a feeling that the code here is going to be rubbish, so let me look at it. We look at the current URL, we explode, we do count for each of the standard endpoints, we do this. Now, if the endpoint resource identifier is that, segment is that, iris false, replace segment that. I don't really have any confidence in that, to be honest. I have no confidence in that at all. But I'll try it, I'll confirm that it's rubbish, and then I'll rewrite it myself, okay? So if I go like this, and let's take this out, and then we'll do that. So over on core here, what we're doing is we're saying endpoint index is find endpoint index. Now I'm going to var dump endpoint index. If this works, it will be a miracle, but it won't. There's no way. There's no way that this will work. Call me a pessimist. Alright. So as you can see, it's not even close, you know. Having said that, I never gave it a fair trial there. It would be more something like API count tasks. Now, it seems to think that we're using CodeIgniter here because it's added in a stupid base URL thing. We do it that way. And then we can do that. false. So API count tasks, it's saying that that's false. However, if we look here, API count tasks is true. That's a valid URL. So this thing is not up to the job. Therefore, clearly I'm far too good for this game. Clearly ChatGPT is not up to my own incredibly high standards here, folks. Let's be quite honest about that. So I'm afraid the web developer extraordinaire is going to have to step in and solve this. So let's do this. I'm going to run the fetch endpoint index thing, and I'm going to write it so that it works, because I'm good at this, you know. It's what I do. Alright, here we go. So I'll put their one under here, we'll break it, but we'll do my own one, right? So if we head over to core here, what we're doing is we're saying find endpoint index. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say controller path. Let's just change this. Let's say controller path is API and attempt modify controller path. No. Attempt modify controller path. Now I'm going to chuck in here let me see how that vote went. Legacy URL has won the vote. I respect the results of the vote. So let's do that. Okay. So what we're going to do is on our core thing here, I'm going to say attempt modify controller path, and let's just say legacy URL. Now let's make life, just try to think. Right, we'll go with that for now, right? So if we refresh, okay, so attempt modify controller path is not working, but that's okay, because we can do this. And I'm going to say endpoint property. So if we echo endpoint property with a die statement, you can see that this now says legacy URL. So now we can echo the current URL like this, and there we go. Now what I'm going to do is the following. Current URL is going to be string replace. I'm going to replace the base URL with emptiness upon the current URL function. So this is not the normal current URL. It's kind of like that, you know. Or we could even say let me just ask the employee of the month. Suppose I have the following website URL. Let's suppose I give this a variable name of current URL. Now let's assume I want to create a variable that represents what would be a good name for this variable. Which is taken from the current URL. Okay, here we go. Perfect. I just want to double check this. It looks like I'm being overcautious. Oh, okay, it is resource path. Alright, so we're going to call this little beauty resource path. So we now have a resource path which we can echo, right? Now watch how I nail this first time. That's right, folks. I'm kind of arrogant that way. So what we're going to do is the following. The endpoint property is legacy URL, right? Now let's look at our endpoints. You can see that throughout these legacy URL endpoints we've got a table here. And you can also see that that table always appears on segment 3, right? So here's what we're going to do. Right, let's echo resource path. There's the resource path. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for each of the standard endpoints as standard endpoint. Now let's do a little JSON on the standard endpoint and just look at what we've got here, nice and slow. And you can see there's your vibe, right? Now, if the endpoint property is equivalent to legacy URL, then nice and slow, nice and easy, we know that that's happening, right? So what we're going to do then is we're going to say target legacy path is string replace. No. Let's say resource path is string replace table. No. Alright, hold on. If endpoint property is legacy URL, then the resource path is going to have string replace, and we are going to replace segment 3 with table, and we are going to do that to the existing resource path. Okay, so our existing resource path comes in as that, but now it changes to that. Okay. Now, I think it's important to realise that you could potentially have a URL that's 10 miles long where something like that appears, but it shouldn't necessarily be invoked, you know? Therefore, we've clarified what the resource path is. Now I'm going to JSON this standard endpoint here, and then do that. Okay. So I'm going to say endpoint path is standard endpoint loading up legacy URL. Now I'm going to echo endpoint path. Okay. Good. So the legacy URL note legacy API URLs are insensitive to post or to put, delete, etc. Okay, so that's interesting, right? So what we're going to do now is, on the framework, I'm sure there's a thing called get request type. I'm sure of it. Come on. Can you believe this? Right, let me look at API old. Aye, that's what we want. That's the code right there. So here's what we do. So it's like that, or it's like that. Now let's just shorten that. So request type equals if that, then it's get, otherwise post. Okay, cool. So we've now got our request type sorted out. I am going to echo request type. This is a get request, right? So what we do now is that. Okay. And here I'm going to just JSON standard endpoint true. So we now get this, right? So we are looking at the legacy URL here. Okay. Now, right, I'm going to remove query. So do you see how we've got query parameters here? Okay. Now heading back here. We'll do that remove query parameters in a minute. But what we're saying is for each of the standard endpoints, here is our standard endpoint. Now, the legacy, you know what? We've got resource identifier. It shouldn't be called legacy URL. In accordance with this, it should be legacy resource path. That's what it should be. So forgive me. But we have to be accurate about this. Legacy resource path, okay? So let me look for legacy URL. Actually, site-wide. You can see we've got a few of these. So let's replace legacy URL with legacy resource path. Going to replace. Okay. And we can close. Alright, now let's bring up our API again. This is great. I love this. I love this kind of work, you know, because not too many people build stuff like this. So we've now got this legacy resource path. Now I'm going to say if that and that, then cool. Now what are the two ifs? If the resource path is equal to the standard endpoint legacy resource path, nah, let's just say legacy, hold on, legacy resource path is standard legacy resource path, right? Now looking at our thing again, we've got a request type. So let's just say required or target request type is that, and we're going to chuck in request type here, okay? Nice to clarify the variables, you know. Now if I go like this, echo, or let's say var dump target request type with a little die statement, so we get that. And if we var dump the legacy resource path, we get that. So our if statement is going to be remarkably simple. We're going to say if the resource path is equivalent to the legacy resource path and the request type is equivalent to, so that's going to be the target request type. Now let's just go like this, and down here I'm going to say, like, we're looping through these endpoints, right? So down here I'm just going to say no joy, because I haven't found it. But if we do find it, I'm going to echo boom with a die statement. No joy, you miserable swine. Well, let's see why that might be the case. So I'll echo resource path API. Well, that makes perfect sense. That's not the right URL, of course. If this says boom, holy moly, that's brilliant. Right, okay, great. This is fantastic. So, what are we doing now? Well, this is really, really great. If we echo I with a die statement, it's given us the index of each and every one of these things. Therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to say target endpoint index equals I. Okay? Now, let's also chuck in a thing here that says break. Or is it continue? What the hell is it? Is it break or continue? I can't remember. I'll just check. In PHP, what is the Alright, okay. I gotcha. So we want break here, right? Now, I'll just do a little finish, right? And I'm gonna echo an H1 with an I. And we're gonna go like this. So you can see that in this case we had 4 of these things and then it stopped. Now if we did not do that, what does it do? It keeps going. You see what I'm saying? So that's why we stick the break statement in here. Now when we get to this point here, we can say if not is set target endpoint index. So we've not found a match, right? So if that's the case, we return false. So URL does not appear to be a standard API endpoint. Alright, now let's go back to the core file here. Here's our core file, right? And on our core file, we're looking up this API thing, and we've got this controller path. Now I'm going to echo hello, little old die statement, and you can see that we found one of those things there. But let's imagine we're on a different URL. You can see that it says hello, right? So if we var dump controller path with a die statement, you can see that that says false. Now one of the things that makes me a wee bit nervous about that is that we've got a boolean, but apart from that we would be passing strings, and lately I've realised that I don't like mixing up types like that. We'll just keep that going, doesn't matter. So basically, if the controller path does not equal false, then so what do? We change the current controller path or we say this current controller is standard endpoints. And All right. Okay, echo. Use legacy API path, something like that. Figure it out in a minute. Okay, so if we go like that, this is a standard endpoint for dealing with post requests. Fine. But I'm going to go back here. Now, where we've got it saying fin, here's what we do. I wonder if I can current method, aye. So current controller, current method, current controller, current method. Now, how did we do this previously? Okay. Okay, cool. So, give me a minute. Okay. Got you. So here's what we do. We're going to take this here. The controller path is going to be engine API.php. Otherwise, it's going to be a standard endpoint. I think I'll flip these. Okay, cool. Now, I can make this shorter with a ternary operator. I just want to check something. Can you show me how to make this shorter? Now, it's just something. I know how to do a ternary operator, but I'm curious to see if it puts brackets in the first argument. And it does not. That's exactly what I would have done. Okay, no, it's not. It's not what I would have done. Thank you for the education. So what it's doing is it's saying controller path. I would have done that, then said is set. But it turns out you can just say is set. So if is set target endpoint index, then the controller path is that. Otherwise, the controller path is that. And then we return the controller path. This is the best code I've written in a very long time. Okay. So now if I go back to this core thing, we can say echo. I'll do a little italics here so I can see the darn thing. Controller path. Okay, and we're gonna, so you can see right there, in the case of this one, it's API. So if I do something like API Explorer, you'll see that it's going engine API. But if we have one of these little beauties, then it's a standard endpoint. Do you see what's happening? It's a fantastic vibe. And thank you very much indeed. So I'm loving that, you know. And so now we are successfully figuring out if this is a standard endpoint. Now, let's just imagine okay, let's assume I have a variable called current URL with the following value. How can I remove the query params from the current URL? Now I know that you can do this with explode, but again I'm just curious to see how ChatGPT does this. See, to me that's a bit much. Would it not be quicker and easier to use explode? Yes, you could use that. Okay. That's what I thought. So I was just double checking, you know. So we're going to remove the query params from the resource path actually. So from the well, you know what? Let's say current URL is current URL. I'm going to echo current URL. Okay, here we go. So there's our crazy old current URL. Now, if we say URL parts is explode on the question mark against the current URL, that gives us a bunch of URL parts. Which looks like that. So we're then going to say that the current URL is URL parts 0. Then we go like that, and that means that if we echo the resource path, we get that. So it's taking out all of the query bullshit, you know. Now, if we did not do that, if we had just said, don't do that, we would have had all of this bullshit here. So that's why we do that. Now, that's excellent. So legacy API URLs assume that non-GET requests to be POST requests. So that's what we're doing there. We're assuming that, and we're figuring out what the controller path is. And it's absolutely fantastic. Now, if we test this again, you'll see that our URL here is from the API manager. But if we go to a URL like that, that's a standard endpoint, you know. In fact, even if we do that, suppose we say something like tasks count. Damn, right, we'll figure that one out in a minute. But that is really, really great. Okay, I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Now, let's go back to core, right? And you can see that we've got this this thing here, you know. Now later on, further down this thing, you can see that we've got attempt invoke standard endpoint here. And that's with this bullshit here. Now I'm going to take that out and that out. That means that I've kind of simplified this a wee bit. And if I go to something like tasks count, we get a 404 page. But what we could do is the following. Do you see how we've got this attempt to modify controller path here? Is it possible? No, it's not. Okay. Fair enough. So we are going to have to change this thing. Now, give me a wee minute. Right, so on core, we go all the way down here. Echo still cannot find die statement. Now keep in mind that this absolutely has not, I repeat, has not loaded the API thing. So it has not done that. That means that we can call this again. So right here, where it says still cannot find, we can load up the class, keeping in mind we never loaded it before. And we're going to attempt to modify controller path. But this time, instead of passing in the legacy resource path, which we did previously, now we're going to pass in the resource identifier. So what we are now saying is, look, try and find the frigging alternative controller path if you could. And basically what we're going to try and do is we're going to attempt all right, well, I'll tell you what, let's okay. Right, give me a wee minute. Okay, I'm going to ask a crazy old question here that even I won't understand. Before displaying the error page, I'd like one more attempt to set the current controller and current method by invoking API attempt all right. That's a perfect answer. That's perfect. That's really good. It's actually this part here that I need. So right in this section here, we do that. Okay. So endpoint. Yeah, that's good. I like it. I like it. So, looking good. It actually gave me quite a good answer there, you know. So, it's basically the same vibe that we had before. So we say API is new API. Oh, geez, I better double check this. Right. Okay, so we go like this. And what we're doing here, we've got attempt, modify, controller path. No. No. No, 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 no. Let's just say attempt find endpoint index. All right. So if the endpoint index is false, is not false, then echo standard endpoint ahoy. All right. Now, over on our API here, we're going to make this work. But before we do that, we're going to head up here and we're going to do a little bit of simplification for the nation. So, attempt modify controller path. Figure that out later. But we don't need to pass in this legacy resource path here. We don't need to pass it in. So we do that. We do okay, attempt modify controller path. Right, let's get rid of some of these if statements here. Okay. So let me just try something. I am all over the place here. Attempt find endpoint index. Yeah. So this is public. Attempt find endpoint index. We go like this. Right, so what we'll do then is the following. Alright, I'm going to have to backtrack here. Jeez. Alright, let's do this again. Now, this is going to be renamed to attempt find endpoint index. So alright, so here attempt modify controller path. So I'm just going to echo rock. Now if I go back here, you can see that it says rock. Okay, so I'm going to say first segment is API, therefore change controller path to API. Well, alright, so we'll figure that stuff out. Now I'm going to say end point index is this attempt find endpoint index. I'm going to say legacy resource path. Then I'm going to var dump the endpoint index. Alright, so endpoint index. Now that is looping through all of that stuff here. Gotcha. So let's var dump target endpoint index with a die statement. Now here it's saying int 4. It's saying int 4 because this this is on our API endpoints. But if I do a little X here, unidentified variable. So let's just say if not is set target endpoint index, then target endpoint index is false. Alright. Now let's return target endpoint index. That means that we've now got false for that, but a number for that. And okay, so what we could then do is we could say controller path is. Now what we can do is we can say oh gee. Alright, well let's just say if the endpoint index does not equal false, then the target endpoint is this standard endpoints with a key of endpoint index, and I'm going to JSON the target endpoint. So now we get this. Okay. Now that means that if the target endpoint must be API Explorer or something like that. That's right. So let's make this a wee bit more robust. We'll say if it equals false, must be the API Explorer. Otherwise, we know that must be a standard endpoint. Okay, so in the case of API Explorer tasks, it must be the API Explorer. In the case of API count tasks, it must be a standard endpoint. Therefore, we're going to do this. Now I'm going to say here, if endpoint index is equivalent to false, then it must be the API Explorer. Otherwise, it must be that thing. And now I'm going to just echo the controller path here. We'll take this out. So count tasks is a standard endpoint, but something like API Explorer tasks is that. And something like that. Fucking hell, man. Right. So API get tasks. Let me just var dump endpoint index. Oh, 0. Okay, so it's not as set. I'm a friggin' idiot. It's if the endpoint index is false. Ever get the feeling you're going round in circles? Oh, jeez. Oh, hang on. Do I need to do that? So API Explorer tasks. All right. Now, I'm going to just echo resource path, which is API Explorer table. Then I'm going to echo request type, which is get. Then fucking hell, man. So you can see that if I echo an H1 with request type, and then we'll do another H1 with resource path. Okay, so get API Explorer table. Now, okay, let me echo legacy resource path API get / table. Ah, okay. I got you. Right. That's right. This code is actually good. That's right. This is good code. I think it works. So on API Explorer, we would go to the API engine. But if we go to something like API get tasks, let's say, oh, the 0 is coming in as being false. Do you see that? Holy moly. That's right. That's a huge problem. So what I should actually say then is that okay. So if the endpoint index what an intense day this is turning out to be. So get tasks, and then you've got a string of 0. Aye, that's right. That's right. So if the endpoint index is this empty string, then your controller path is the API. Otherwise, it's the standard endpoints. That code is 100% solid. So we are now going to return that controller path. The code is great. Okay, so that is what we're doing there. And as we're looping through this, everything's beautiful. And that's good. So we successfully managed to get that part working, right? So if we look at the top section, API get tasks is a standard endpoint. API Explorer is the API manager. It's perfect. So as we head and look at our code here, you'll see that here we get our alternative controller path. We actually don't even need to do an if statement here. So we can just go like this. We can get this controller path. Now let me just try something. I'm doing Chewbacca noises with my stomach here. I'm gonna have to eat something. So echo this. I'm gonna say current controller. I reckon it's gonna say API, which it does, right? So what we're gonna do then is the following. Let's echo the controller. Let's echo the controller path. So it's something like that. Okay, so I'm going to say if the controller path is that, then the current controller changes. Like that. We no longer need to do this stuff at all. Let me comment this out. So there's the standard endpoint for dealing with GET requests. And there's the API Explorer. So in the case of the API Explorer, standard endpoints, API Explorer, there we are right there. And so that's pretty much that. Okay. So if the controller path contains API, we are that's it. That is the code. And that's us requiring it in, right? Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. So now we're going to head downstairs to here. I'm going to say hello. Now, notice that if we go back to this API that loads away up here, okay, new API. So if I go like this and do a die statement, it will still run because this is not being called at all. Therefore, here, what we're going to do is we're going to attempt find endpoint index. But this time our endpoint property is going to be the resource identifier. Like that. I'll var dump the endpoint index here. And so far it's saying it's an empty string. But let's see if we can do something a wee bit more impressive than that. So here we are attempting to find the endpoint index. I just realised something. If you look at our endpoints here, you'll see that we've got these IDs that appear. I'll deal with those in a minute, but we're going to have to fix that. Anyway, let's just continue. Let's just continue. So, So we convert numeric segments to this ID thing, which you can see all over the place there. All right. Okay. So here I'm going to just say that request type is that. That's it. So I'm going to echo request type get, right? Now we may need to introduce a hack into this thing at some point. In fact, the ChatGPT mentioned this. Mentioned it previously. Might need to look at that later on. Alright, well, I'll come on to that stuff later. Damn, this is complicated, you know. This is darn complicated. Alright. So we're going to have to do a kind of method override. I'll take a note of that. I'll just copy these notes, because the problem is that PHP yeah, I'm going to just take these notes here. This will be important later on. All right, here we go. Right, that's cool. Now let's just see how Lara shit does this. So the challenge here is that PHP does not usually deal with anything that's not a get or a post request, you know? It's just the way it is. So look at that horrible hacky code that they use with Laravel. And so it treats it as if it was a I mean, that's just terrible. It's so bad. So what I've realised is that, I don't know if anybody's following this, you know, but here's what's happening, right? I'll explain the vibe. PHP usually just deals in get and post requests, right? That's our world as PHP developers. But if you happen to be a Node.js developer, for example, you might deal with get, things like put, delete, and there's a few others. Obviously there's post, and there's even more than that, right? So PHP is limited to those, but Node.js, etc., I'm sure there's others, they have tons of these, right? So, but we've only got 2. So what happened is, when Trongate was made, the perspective was, let's build 11 endpoints that convert all to get or post. That's what was built with Trongate. So if a post request came in, or a put request, it says, okay, we'll treat it as a post request. And all of these endpoints were made, and it works beautifully. But what Laravel and Symfony done, what they done is they said, let's make it so that you have to add bullshit to your requests, and then we'll just pretend that these are put, delete requests, etc., even though they're not. For example, in the case of Laravel, here's your horrible code. Look at this crap. And this. Look at this underscore method put. Horrible. In the case of Symfony, it uses a thing called HTTP method override, which is also horrible. So, do you see how I've called this a legacy resource path? This should not be called legacy resource path. It should be called okay, let me just try something. Define RESTful path. So a RESTful path is a URL that represents a selection of resources for blah 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 blah. Right, okay. So you see this resource identifier? That's actually that's our RESTful identifier. And this legacy my fucking ass, that should be called Welcome to the Future, because Trongate is better than those shit frameworks. So legacy my ass, it's going to be called API. What did I call it in this? I called it URL segments. I think that's what I'm going to call it here. URL segments. It's a much better name. So it would appear that we kind of nailed it first time and we never even knew it. It's URL segments. So let's do this. And where it says resource identifier, we'll change it to RESTful identifier. That's right. So resource identifier is actually going to be RESTful identifier. Tell you what, the docs for this are going to be basically a rant, you know. Pardon me. Okay, there we go. So RESTful identifier URL segments. Good. That is good. Okay, excellent. And Trongate, that's another unique. That's another industry first. Trongate is now the only PHP framework that gives developers a choice. You can either use the RESTful bullshit or you can use the ones that come with Trongate. And a playlist for these. Thank you, man. Well, I'll do some stuff for the learning zone. It will all be explained. I think it's helpful. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Asad Beck, developer. You'll get all of this stuff covered. So basically, there's going to be two ways of, or each of the standard endpoints will have two URLs. Now you can follow industry standards like Laravel and Symfony have tried to do. They're not really industry standards, but they're everybody keeping in line. The problem with that though is that PHP is only recognizes GET and PUT requests, so you're going to have to build these hacks into your website. But nevertheless, if you want to do that, be my guest. On the other hand, you can use on the other hand, you can just use the endpoints that we've got, that we know and love, that work, in which case you don't need to do any hacks like those other frameworks. I wonder if that makes sense, you know. Anyway, there's where we are. Now, with that being the case, all right. So what we're doing now, I'm completely lost. All right. So we're getting our request method. Now later on, we're gonna have to introduce a hack onto this, because PHP does not recognize puts and delete requests and all of that shit. None of you folks really have to worry about that. It's my own burden, you know. But right here, we're looking through something like API count tasks. And that is a standard endpoint, as opposed to API Explorer tasks, which is the API Explorer. You see what I'm saying? So, how did that thing load up? Okay, let's find it. I think for us the action kicks off at this core file here. So that's us dealing with okay. All right. So here's our endpoint index. If we hold on. What the hell? Oh yeah, of course. So it would be something like tasks count, and that takes us down to here. Okay. So I'm going to say ready. So what we're doing now is we are hold on. Right, if I go to tasks, then I'm going to go function count. This works 100%. If I go to this one, but now I'm going to make an index. So we can build our own methods that override anything that the API Explorer does, right? But if we happen to go to something like tasks count, for example, then what our core thing is doing here is we're getting our endpoint index, and then from that we're going to try and invoke a standard endpoint. Now let's look at our API, attempt find endpoint index. So here it is right here, attempt find endpoint index. Now if we echo endpoint property with a die statement, this is our RESTful identifier thing. So the first thing that we're doing is we're figuring out what the request method is. Then else. So we're here, right? So what we're doing now then is the following. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take this out. And then this out. I'm going to do a little smug reverse indent. Okay. So we're looping through the standard endpoints. Now we've got URL segments as URL segments. I'm going to also say RESTful identifier. RESTful. Oh, come on. Standard endpoint. Alright, so if we go like that, there we go. Okay. Now, there's a little if statement here, which I'll come on to in a minute. But if we look at our thing, we've got the request type first, then the RESTful identifier, then the URL segments. So, request type first, then the RESTful identifier, then the URL segments. I'm keeping it in the same order. And so, okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say target resource path equals. Now we're going to do this vibe here. So if the endpoint property is URL segments, then it's URL segments. Otherwise, it's RESTful identifier. So I'm going to echo, or var dump even, the target resource path with a die statement. And we get that. Now let's just say if target resource path is not empty, so I can get something meaningful from this, you know. And that's the vibe. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. So what we then do, now that we've clarified what the target resource path is, what we're then going to do is we're going to say that if the resource path is the target resource path, blah 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 blah, I don't believe it. Alright, let me see. Var dump resource path task / count, and let me var dump request type tasks / count, it's get. Hold on, why is it? The quest type is get. Okay, so get tasks count. Now, let me echo h1 target resource path. So we get that. Oh, I just realized something. Our resource path is do you see how we get rid of this here? Right. So here's what we do. If it's the old school vibe, our resource path is like this. But if it's the new school vibe, well, we're going to do something a wee bit different. If we echo segment 1 with a die statement, you'll see that we get something like that. So we could say ditch equals, and it's going to be base URL segment 1 and a little /. I'm going to echo ditch. Somebody just messaged me there. I don't know who it was. Who just messaged me? I hope it was somebody good, you know. Hope it was somebody good. I have no idea who that was. Oh well. Right. So we've got this thing that we can ditch like that. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say that the resource path is string replace. We'll ditch that thing, replace it with emptiness. And we will do that with the current URL. That means that our resource path now does that, and now it works, by the way. Now everything's working. But we need to convert the numeric segments. So if we then say path segments is explode, we're going to explode on the / with our resource path. This gives us a whole bunch of path segments that looks like this. Well, in this case it says count, right? But supposing we went like this, 3 whatever, 2, and then super cool. So now we've got all of these vibes going on. So what we can do is we can say for each okay, I'll just ask the employee of the month. Might have a quicker way of doing it. Suppose I have a string called resource path with the following value. How can I can you write some PHP code that evaluates each of the segments and modifies the string so that numeric segments are converted into for example, for the value of that, I would expect now I would have used explode, but I think this is going to use one of those preg replace things, you know. I made a mistake in my question. Can you please assume that the starter string has a value of okay. Oh, it's using explode. That's exactly what I would have done. I would not have used implode though. And I'm not familiar with that. So what does it do? We first replace the original string with explode. We iterate using a for loop using as numeric. If it is, we replace the ID using the reference segment. Finally, we implode back to a modified string. Oh, okay. I've never seen that code before. So let's now get that going, right? So we go like this. And you can see that they do this segments thing here. Now I'm going to var dump segments just to make sure that we don't already have a reference to it. It could get confusing if we have. That's good. So what we do now is we say that the resource path is that, and we'll echo that resource path. And there you go. You can see that we've turned those numeric values into these little beauties. Okay. So now we are looping through these different bits and pieces here. If I say something like tasks count, there you go right there. So we've now got this thing going on, you know. So the whole point of this is to return an endpoint index. If we had gone to a URL that has no endpoint index like this, we have an empty string. So up here, we are going to say, if the endpoint index does not equal an empty string, well, of course we've got our error message here, but we'll deal with that in a minute. But if we have got one of those, it's a standard endpoint. And we are going to invoke the standard endpoint. But let's deal with the error page first. So with the error page, let's imagine we go like that, right? So how does it work? Well, let's open up an older version of core. And you can basically see it right here. Draw error page. And draw error page comes with its own die statement. Which means that we don't need to say return here. There you go. So now we've got our standard endpoint to invoke here. And how does that work? Well, let's echo this current method. And you can see that that's called count. So what we could do then is the following. We could say let's echo target method. Nothing. Okay, so we're going to say target method is this current method. We're going to say this current controller is new. Now hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, we're not going to do that. Okay. Okay. So you can see that we've got this controller path thing here. So if we head to if we head here. Now let me just echo the controller path with a die statement. Well, that's wrong. We know that that's wrong. So the controller path is actually going to be, now keeping in mind basically going to be getting from the standard endpoints here. That means that our controller path is going to be this. This is the controller path. There it is right there. Then I'm going to echo this current controller. Now it says tasks, and that is a mistake. Okay, so we're going to say that the current controller is standard endpoints. Now, so we've got a target method, we've got a controller path. We're going to have to require that controller path at some point. Let's say require once controller path. There it is. So we do that. We say that the current controller is standard endpoints. Two, two, three. Okay, so I'll just alright, so we've required in our controller thing, we've also got a target method, and so we're going to say this. Now, there's a lot of stuff here that's a bit crazy. So we could just say new, we could just say standard endpoints like that. Then we would say now let me echo this current value die statement. So we don't have a current value. So where the hell does it get that from? If is set segment 3 current value, but we don't need that. So we're going to simply say yep. So we're going to do that, calling upon target method. And then we're going to just say return. Yes, yes, my genius knows no limits. Thank you very much indeed. Your applause is most welcome. You see that facial expression? You work hard enough. You put in the hours. And someday you can have that facial expression, you know, and you can earn it. So that's the standard endpoint. Why did I say that? It's the standard end point for counting tasks. There you go. How do you like me now? Oh, people, do you hear me? I'm loving that. I'm absolutely loving that. So what this basically means, are you aware of how much of a revolution this is? Let me show you how this is a revolution. If I go to API Explorer tasks, we get our API Explorer, right? Now suppose I want to count tasks. I can go to API, count tasks, and here's the standard endpoint for counting tasks. But let's assume that I'm an asshole who wants to use the bullshit conventions that don't work with PHP anyway. But let's imagine maybe I've switched from Laravel and I'm feeling nostalgic, so I'd like to do the API endpoints like a moron. Well, now I can go tasks count and it will invoke the endpoint. That's future proof, history proof, everything proof. The Trongate framework strikes again. They hate it. They absolutely hate this framework because it's whooping them on every metric known to humanity. Do you hear me, people? Oh, people, do you hear me? All right. Well, I'm feeling pretty pleased with myself here, even though we don't have any GitHub stars. I'm going to take a very short break. How long have I been on here? 5 hours. 5 hours is nothing. 5 hours is just getting warmed up. I said in an article and it got a laugh. In my world, 2 a.m. is an early morning coffee break. Or is it 1 a.m.? I can't remember. Maybe it depends on the time of year. Anyway. Alright. Now do me a favour, folks. Don't leave all your comments of admiration. Don't post them at one time, because I think that you're freezing up the YouTube servers. Try to stagger your compliments so that the YouTube servers can cope with the absolute overwhelm of praise for this incredible job that we're doing. And do you know what's really cool about this, by the way? We can actually, and when somebody says actually, you're going to get something smug, but we can intercept that and say anything we want. And I've now overwritten the frigging API Explorer. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Yes, I fully do appreciate that. I'm taking a wee break. I will be back. I'll stick on a few sounds. Yeah, man, I'll stick on a few sounds while I'm away. I'm going to take a short break. Because that was pretty darn intense. But I got there in the end, So let me stick a few sounds on. All right. Take it easy, kids. I'll be back. See you in a wee bit. All right. folks. I hope everybody's okay. I apologise for the delay and messing about. Hello, wee Coco. Come on up. Here's wee Coco. How are you doing, my wee friend? Say hello to the planet called Earth. Yay. How's everybody doing? Are you okay? What a great day we are having. Now, I'm going to be here for about another... Oh, geez, I've just realised I need to make a phone call. I'll do it from here. Oh, gee. Give me a wee minute. Hello, my wee Coco. How are you doing? Yay. All right. I've had my car getting fixed for ages, and I need to phone up and hopefully find out what's happening. All right. Two seconds, folks. No. No. Ah, that's unfortunate. Alright, well look, let me top up the old black coffee here. I'll give Coco a wee treat. Do you want a wee treat, Coco? What do you want? What do you want? What do you fancy? Oh, crunchy things. I like your style. So I'm going to give Coco some crunchy things. I can read her mind, you know. We have a certain, you know, synergy. So, stay right with me, folks. I will be back shortly, okay? Just a couple of minutes. Like I say, I'm just going to top this up, give Coco a quick feed, and I will be straight back at you. Alright folks, well I hope you're all having a great day, and thanks for hanging out with me here. That's Coco in great shape. And so are we. Alright, so let me get a few things done here, shall we? Okay, so I'm going to take a wee commit here. We've done quite a bit of work today. I'm going to say get add all, get commit endpoint roots now working. That's excellent. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to turn our attention to the API Explorer. Here it is right here. And as you can see, we've got a whole bunch of endpoints. I think there's 11 of them, you know. And what we're going to do is we're going to build them, but instead of putting them inside the API thing, which was almost 1,500 lines of code, now we are going to do them inside this separate class here. So we've got a nice, I think a pretty nice separation of concerns actually. Okay, so in order for this to work, I'm going to go look at tasks here, and yeah, I'm going to have to figure out what the names of these things were, you know what I mean? So stay with me. Okay, cool. So here's what we do. You see how we've got these RESTful identifier things here? Okay. Right, I'm going to try a little bit of experimentation. I'm going to say public index vibe. Now, if I then go to something like tasks, okay, now that. Okay, cool. Now, this is our index vibe, right? So if you think about our standard API endpoints, these are the let me think here. Okay, I'm still trying to get my head around this. Give me a wee minute. Function. Let me try exists. Okay, so if I go to tasks /exists, we have an error. Now, if we look at our settings here, you'll see that exists, it would appear, is expecting an ID. Holy moly, how do we do that? So something like 3/exists. Okay, now so I'm going to echo current URL, little die statement. There you go. Now, that's cool. So we've got the thing about exists. We need to do some work on how this method thing works. But nevertheless, at least we are here, right? Now, if I then go like this and then say API. Now, API, if you okay, so this is this URL, right? So if we go to something like this, I'll put in a number 3. So that runs the this exists thing. There it is. And if we go to this, it does not run this exists. But I think that we can maybe map this thing out. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. But here's exists. Now let's see what else we've got. We've got count, exists, count. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is the following. Okay. So we're this is so difficult. Right, okay. Public function get. This can handle get by post as well as get requests, etc. So if we now go to just this tasks thing here. Okay, now this is giving us an index thing. However, if we look at our settings here, look at these RESTful identifiers, empty, empty, almost empty, and on we go. So here's what we do. If we think about something like a GET request, we can go to API GET tasks like that, and that's our GET endpoint. But if we're using the ridiculous and completely useless RESTful conventions, then our URL would be like this. And we would do the following. On our standard endpoints, we would do something like this. Okay, so you see this index, this this is a RESTful API endpoint for, now let's look at all of the things that this is going to be used for. It's for get, so everyone that's got an empty vibe, get by post. Then we've got find one. Oh no, find one's not there, pardon me. It's create. Okay, so create, then delete or destroy as it's called. And I think that's it. There we go. Okay, so just to be clear, we've got get by post, that's 2. Create, destroy, that's 4. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. So I'll just echo that out and we'll figure it out later on. But let's now get those other endpoints sorted out. We'll start off with the miserable RESTful endpoints. So say for example we're talking about this thing here, right? And you can see that that's passing in an ID. So the way that they would work is something like the following. Suppose we were going to delete one, right, with an ID of 3. We might go to something like tasks 3, let's say. But you can see that it doesn't have that, you know. Of course we don't have it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the constructor here. And we're going to do the following. We're going to say if is numeric, and we're talking about segment 2. So if we've got a numeric vibe, it goes something like that. So what we're then going to do is exactly the same vibe as we've got here, but this time it will be find one, now I'm really looking for ones that start with this, you know. So we've got find one, exists, update, find one, exists, update, and then delete one. Okay, now I'm going to echo that one out. Okay, now I'll do a little die statement here, and later on I'll just figure out how to map that across, you know. So for example, let's just for the heck of it imagine that we say something like if segment 2 is equivalent to maybe the number 3, then we can just basically just redirect them, you know. And then I'm going to hit return. Oh, you miserable thing. Well, I guess I would have to do a die statement in here. Something like that. So that's the way that these are all going to work. Okay. Now, if we look at these different bits and pieces here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's still some of these that are not accounted for. Let's see if we can find out what they are. So get by post, find one, and exists. They're all there. Count by post. Yep. So count by post. Now those have only got alright, hold on a minute. Let me do that one, will ya? So that would be count by post. Something like tasks count. That's right. And then you get API count tasks. And can you believe it? It actually works. How does it work? Well, they all invoke that count thing. As does that. So that's pretty cool. Next we've got create. Now we have got create accounted for. That's right. So create basically goes like that. And we post something to it, you know. Alternatively, we can go API/create tasks. Ouch. Alright, so clearly I have to go public function create. This is a standard endpoint for create. Okay, API create tasks. Die statement. Damn it. So the question is, why, oh why, is it not giving me that? It's really strange. So what is it about that? Let's go to this core thing here. Okay, now if we, that's 194, 216. Right, I'm going to echo the controller path. So it thinks that the controller path is engine API. Now if I go like this, still does that. If I go to something like count tasks, does that. So what is it that's making it assume that this is part of the engine? It must be. No. Okay, so we have a little challenge here. Let's var dump endpoint index. It's kind of tricky this, you know. You can see that it's saying 0, so that means it has not found anything. Therefore, I'm going to echo the resource path. And you can see that it says API/create/table. Now we know what the resource path is. I'm going to do a little line, and I'm going to JSON standard endpoints true. So we're looking for a thing that says API/create/table, and that looks like it to me. However, in my genius, it just occurred to me, create is invoked by post. So it's not a mistake. That's right, folks, I'm smiling. Do you know how good it feels? Do you know how good it feels to be me? It's really great, man. I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, never mind. Okay, so alright, we can take this out. Right, so we think that the create thing is cool. That's the upshot of it, right? And if we go back in here and do that, it's going to say not found, right? API create tasks. So it looks like creates a miserable failure. However, keep in mind the fact that if we had said request type is post. Imagine it was a real post request. Then it loads up the standard endpoint. Ah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Oh people, do you hear me? Now, I'm obviously going to have to get that thing working as well, and that will look at the request type. If you can handle what I'm saying, I wouldn't blame you if you couldn't, because in all the excitement, I must admit I find it hard to keep up sometimes. So now we've got a thing by the name of batch, right? This is also a post request. So because it's a post request, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say request path, request type, pardon me. I'm going to say request type as post. And then we're going to refresh. And you can see that that deals with hold on. Pardon me. This is darn tricky. Right, so that's saying API batch tasks, and it has a problem with that. So I am going to go down here and I'm going to say batch. There you go. Now, just to prove that that works with the other side of the coin, if we look at our so you see how we've got this insert thing here. So that means we would go to tasks /insert. Now hold on a minute. Okay, now it's looking for you can see it's looking for a thing by the name of insert, okay? And as we evaluate these vibes, we know that insert should actually call upon batch. So there you can see tasks insert, there's the thing for batch, and if we do it that way, there's the thing for batch. Perfect. Now back over here, let's see what our next exciting thing is going to be. So now we've got update. So we're looking for API, I think it's update tasks. Now unfortunately we don't have any action for that. So we go like this. Come on. Well, hold on a second. The update is looking for a post request. Therefore, yeah, I'm saying request type is post. Now hold on a minute. Let me echo request type. It says get. So what we want to do is if we look at our code here, you can see the update is looking for a put request. So in order to test this, I have to just go like this, right? Oh, well that one worked. Turns out we needed to have a URL in it. Now again, I'll just say request type is post. Do I really need to say put? I think I do. Okay, so that's update. So update tasks here, and if you think about our API Explorer endpoints, it's just tasks and then an ID. So something like 3. Now it's saying here undefined method standard endpoints 3. So it's calling upon this thing. Okay, so if is numeric segment 2, we can do a wee die statement in here. So this would be the update is going to go in here, and the update is going to go in here. Now we'll map it out later. Okay. So looking good, looking fine. Back over here, what else have we got? Destroy. So that is a delete request. And if we go to destroy, so we're going to just go but in order for that to work, we have to look at this setting here, and you can see that it's looking for a delete request. So we're going to just say that request type is delete. Okay, so we've got a request type of delete, and alright, well, we're not having any luck with this. So let me just JSON this standard endpoints. So we can see if we look down here, this is a delete request API destroy table API. Am I doing a typo here? I'm doing a typo, I knew it. It's a typo. There you go, the standard endpoint for destroy. Now, if we're going to be doing that from our ridiculous API perspective, we would just go to tasks, and that's how that would go. Which brings us on to our final endpoint, which is delete one. So for that one, you would just chuck an ID in here like that. There it is. And of course, the alternative is API / delete, then tasks, then ID. So it would be delete, then tasks, then ID. But of course, it has to be a delete request. So we echo request type. It is a delete request. API delete tasks. Let me JSON this standard endpoints return true. Okay, now I'm looking at API delete table ID. Okay, now if we look at our resource path, you can see that we've got a /3 here. So what we have to do is okay. Oh, well, of course, this goes here. So there's our resource path, API delete table ID, and down here, API delete table ID. So the question has to be, why is this not playing ball? Pardon me. Okay, so you can see that it has, in fact, it has played ball, and it played ball pretty well, you know. So now that we know that it's playing ball, and we know that it should be cool, I'm going to go back to this core thing here. And I'm going to echo controller path. So there's our controller path, which is 100% right. And as we look through this, you can see that we're looking for delete, and it's got a wee ID on the end of it there. So as we head down here, I'm going to echo current method. So it says delete, right? Now if I go in here, I forgot to add a delete in. Standard endpoint for delete. Delete 1. That's it. So that is all of our stuff in fantastic shape. And all ready to rock. So if you're wondering what all the fuss is about and why I've spent so long working on this, it's because I want it to follow industry standards. And that's what we're doing, you know. Okay. So what have we now done? That's the question of all questions. This is great. So let's just say git add all, git commit have now mapped out all standard endpoints to their corresponding methods using both the Trongate API routing technique as well as industry standard RESTful technique. And who knows why they do a capital R-E-S-T? I don't know. Any of you know? Beats me. So there we go. And what a glorious thing we have. Okay, I'm going to do one more hour. One more hour. Let's just check if it's a good day or a bad day. It's a bad day, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we've got some really nice stuff here with this JavaScript. This is the new API Explorer and I really like it. By the way, have you seen my new extension? Check it out. I'm really pleased with this. I'm loving it. Pretty cool, isn't it? Alright, so how long have I been on? 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. Okay, I can do this. Let me just have a think for a minute. Okay, so it's kind of intense, this stuff, I have to tell you. I think the next thing that I'd like to work on is the token authorization. We really should get that working, you know. And now is the time. So here's what we're going to do. We'll close off all of this stuff here. And I'm going to say with our API Explorer here, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to set interval. And every 1 second, I'm going to console.log the token is. Now, by the way, we're talking about this. We've got a token, but we've also got a golden token. So I'm going to also say something like that. I should have called it a magic token, but it doesn't matter. Funny how stuff like that annoys you. Right, so the tokens are all empty, and you can see I'm doing those things every second. It's a wee bit annoying. I'll do it every 2 seconds. So, there you go. Okay, cool. So we're going to go to our API here, and we're going to look at the endpoint, which is called Explorer. Now this is garbage. But we'll copy this, move it upstairs, alright. Now I'm just going to quickly look at the functions, make sure there's nothing here that shouldn't be here. That's excellent. I'm happy. Okay, so let's look at this golden token thing. Now you can see that we're echoing the golden token is ABC. So what are we going to do? Well, first thing is, this API Explorer should be disabled if we're on something like live, let's say. There you go. So that's good, right? The next thing that we do, we've got a bunch of token stuff here, right? So we are, you can see that we're preparing a bunch of token data there with an expiry time and all of that stuff. So all of that is dedicated to generating a new golden token. So I'm going to take this out here, and I'm going to say golden token is this, and we'll just say generate new golden token, like that. Now I'm gonna figure out, actually before we even do that, let me just say that the golden token is blah. There you go. And what I want to do is what the hell am I doing? Yeah, I want to look at the functions here. and just I want to get this pardon me. I want to get this public, private and protected business working if I can, you know. So alright, so that's going to be public. Same way that one, so if I do private it will break. Maybe not. Let me just try something. Little old die statement. Okay. Let me change this to private. Doesn't work. Let me try protected. Okay, so that has to be public. Then we've got make sure table exists. Now surely that's private. That one is private. I'm going to make absolute sure of that. Aye, that is it. So finally we've got a private one, and that makes me feel all proper, let me tell you that. Now I've got get all tables, so I'll say private here. Some of you will know that I don't usually use these public, protected and private things. However, if we're talking about the framework, like in the depths of the framework, I'm kind of happy to use that stuff, you know. So make sure table exists, get all tables, get all tables, get all tables. So that's API protected model. Oh, did you know that there was a get all tables on the model, but that one's got an underscore? Aha, right, okay. But this, oh, sugar. Interesting. Alright, well I think it's going to be private. Yep. Then we've got get status codes. Get status codes. So that's all within the API thing, and with that being the case, we can probably get away with saying private. Moving on down, we've got fetch endpoints. Now if I break it, it does that. So let's go strict again. Public fetch it. Oh, pardon me. Okay, so that is private, which kind of makes sense because it only gets called there. And then we've got get table columns. So again, I'll just break stuff. And we'll switch this one to private. Okay, so get table columns. It only gets called from within the thing. And that's it. Excellent. I think that's worthy of a little commit. Get add all. Get commit added public, private and protected. to all of the methods on API.php. Now let's have a little look at our standard endpoints. I think that they should all be public. So when we do something, all right. Okay. So, over on the standard endpoints, as I was saying, I think these should all be public. It's going to make absolute sure. I'm expecting that will break it, right? Okay. All right. Okay, that is looking great. All right, nice. So we're working on the token business here. Okay. And what we're going to do then is we're going to say golden token is generate new golden token. Now generate new golden token is going to, excuse me, I've got an itchy ear. Alright, generate new golden token is going to live down here. I'm going to say private generate new golden token. Keep on doing that. Alright, now a couple of things occurred to me. You see how we've got these underscores here? I don't think we really need them here. So let me do a wee search for function with an underscore. For example, make sure table exists. Now I'm gonna go like that. Head on back. Go like that. There we go. Here's get all tables. So we're going to look for get all, and there you go. Okay, on we go again. So function underscore, here's get status codes. So again, all right, nice. Here's fetch endpoints. Now again, we don't need an underscore. There we go. Here's get table columns. So that would be that. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Again, we do not need those underscores. Now, just to make sure that I've definitely got rid of them, I'm doing a search for that with an underscore. Nothing's turning up, which means it was perfect. So we're going to say get add all, get commit removed underscores from method names on api.php. Perfect. Now we're going to go to standard endpoints. I wonder if we can do the same. These are all fine. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Right, we're in great shape here. So now we're going to go down here. We're going to focus on this generate new golden token thing. Now if you look at the code that we had from the past, well, I'm feeling a bit crazy. I think I'm just going to copy this. Head downstairs. My patronizing tutorial voice has arrived. I hope you missed that voice. I know I did. You know the patronizing tutorial voice, right? The one that pretends everything's under control. So here we are here. We're going to generate a new golden token. And here is how it goes. We're going to start off. I agree with this. Okay, there we go. So that gets rid of all existing tokens. Then, what do we do? We generate a new golden token. So we go like this. And this. And then we return golden token. And it is as simple as that. So now if we go back here and hit refresh, you can see that we've got this golden token, and every time we load the page we get a new token. Isn't that fantastic? Yes, it is. That's excellent. So we've now got the thing. We now generate this new golden token, and indeed we can just close this off like that. Now this is our API Explorer. I think that's good. Don't think we need that. That's really, really great. So now we're going to go to our API Explorer, which is here, and it's this view file here by the name of API Explorer. Now, as we look through that, you can see that this calls up API Explorer JS.php. It's a very weird way of coding, I know, but it's kind of cool. You can see that the token is even, or it's empty here, you know. So what now? Well, let's work on setting a token. So if I say ABC set token, you can see that it says the token is ABC. If I then go up here, hit submit, we're not going to worry about that right now. But the key vibe is that we've still got this token here. And you can even see the token. The only way we get rid of that token is if we unset. And at that point, we're all square again. And our set timeout shows that the token is empty. It's really good, isn't it? Now the next thing we've got is bypass authorization. When we click that, our token is the same as the golden token. When we hit submit, token goes back to 0 and the golden token changes. Or does it? Okay, I'm a wee bit concerned about that because the token thing is important and I'm not entirely sure if I'm happy with that. So I'll worry about that later on, but first I honestly think that the best thing to do from this point onwards is just test every single endpoint, one by one. So it's kind of brutal, you know? But I think it's the way to do this. So, how about if we give this a wee test then? It's probably a good idea. So here, for example, we've got a GET request. This GET request takes us here. It's okay, we know what happened. We know what happened. That's what happened. Okay, so this is us now about to build a real GET request thing here. That's right, it's a real GET request. So okay, query parameters, query parameters, query parameters. Okay, talking to myself here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the endpoint for the GET requests and all of that stuff. So if I go here, and if I go here, alright, well, empty. Let me echo current URL. Okay, so the request type is GET. Now, let's var dump target endpoint index. You can see it's an empty string. Now, why would that be the case? Oh, well. Okay. So, if we echo or var dump segment 2, we get an empty string. So we're going to say that ditch equals if segment 2 is an empty string, then it's going to be this, otherwise this. So let's just var dump this ditch thing here. In the case of this, we remove this thing with a string of 38. And in the case of that, it's a string of 39. So that's what we're doing there. It's a wee bit more sophisticated, you know. So now we go like this. Okay, so we've now got our resource path sorted out. If we then run this, that's the style. And indeed, if we now var dump target endpoint index with a little old die statement, it knows that it's the first one and everything is perfect. So here we are. This can handle gets blah 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 blah. So what we would then do is we would head here and we are going to do the following. Okay. So I'm going to say that request type is this. So let's just echo that request type. Alright. Let me echo request type get, right? So if request type is equivalent to get so what do? We call get like that. Now that leads us here, and you can see that this says this can handle get requests and this can handle get requests, and to prove this, add in some X's. There you go. There you go. So that's really, really great. So now we are gonna do some actual stuff, you know. So this is a real authentic get request. But before I do this, there's one other thing I want to do. Suppose we go to this get thing again. But suppose this time we say request type is post. Well, that request type as you can see this can handle get or get by post. Do you know what I mean? So let me show you what I mean. your current request type is, I'm going to chuck in the request type. Now clearly that's a GET request. But let's open up Postman. Okay, so here's an endpoint. If I hit send, right, there you go. Now I'm going to do a post request. And there you go. Okay, so that endpoint can handle two types of GET request. Process GET with GET, and we're going to say process GET with post. That's how this is going to work. So what we do then is we're going to find our GET vibe here. Okay, so give me a wee second here. Somebody sent me a message. I'm just having a quick look. I gave GPD a budget of 100. Oh yeah. Has somebody got it? Holy moly. So somebody's got the chat GPT doing, it looks like, is it crypto trading or something? Or is it a shop? I think it's a shop. I think I heard about this. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Well, let me just keep on going. I'd like to get the find one endpoint working here. I'm going to just keep on going. So you can see that we've got a thing that says get tasks and then an ID. So if we go like that, get tasks and then say 3, that does that. And if we go here, now let's look at the old structure, the alternative one. So that would just be, find one would just be a number. So something like tasks 3. Okay, now that's saying get. and that is saying rock the get. Okay, so the question is, what is it that's tasks /3, hold on. I've got you. So if we have a second segment, what we want to do is look at the request type. In this case it's a get, right? And we're going to have find one, exists, update, and delete one. So let's just say if request type is get, then we're going to call upon get so in that instance the endpoint is find one. Okay, so this get right here is going to be used for yeah, this is tough. This is going to get used for find one, get, and get by post. Okay, so let's var dump segment to little old I statement. Oh, pardon me, segment haha. Okay, so we'll pass in this segment 2 thing here. And I'll just say value is null. Now if we var dump value, it says 3. And here okay, so if is set value, we'll do that. It's reading it from the URL. Okay, let me echo the value. So here it's saying API get tasks. Okay, that whole value thing is just making everything dead confusing. So let's just do that. Okay. So there's get. Alright. So if we echo request type with a die statement, we get this get thing going on. And now find one get by post. Okay. So if request type is equivalent to get, if that is the case, we know that this must be either find one or get. And so let's just echo current URL, and we'll do the same here. So you can see that saying please delete, oh sugar. Aye, that's right. Please delete 7 tasks 3. Okay. So if we add another thing onto this like that, it breaks. So we know for a fact that this has got no more than 3 segments. So fetch ID. Now ID equals this. I'm going to say fetch ID, and I'm going to pass in nothing at all. I'll call it fetch ID from URL just for clarity. Now fetch ID from URL is going to live down here. Okay, cool. So what we do here is the following. I'm going to echo the current URL, which gives us something like that or something like that. And then I'm going to say that the resource path is that, and we'll echo the resource path. So there's the resource path there, and there's the resource path there. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say segments is explode on the / with the resource path. Which gives us that. Now, let's do a for loop. Okay. This is an intense stream, you know. So if it's numeric, then we are going to say return value. But if we don't get one of these, we'll just return false. Or maybe, yeah. Or even, yeah, we'll just do that. Fetch ID from URL, okay. So up here, we are calling this, and I am going to echo an H1, the ID is so the ID is 3, and here the ID is 3. Beautiful, right? If we don't have an ID, the ID is and so on. Now, by the way, do you see how that's causing an error? I don't like that, you know. So what I'm going to do is okay, let's just say how do I remove the last character from a string if the last character happens to be a / in PHP? How? I'm sure there's a function for this. Alright, so right here we're going to go resource path, okay. Now the reason why that matters is because now we don't get these annoying error messages. Previously we had horrible error messages when we never had this, as you can see, but now we've got rid of them, which makes me feel good. Now, let's go back to our standard endpoints. You can see we've got this ID. I am going to var dump the ID with a die statement. So here it's false. Here it's false. Here it's a string. And here it's a string. I don't like it being a string though, so I'm going to go to fetch ID. And I'm going to just say set type value int. There you go. That's more like it, right? So now we've got this and this. It's just beautiful. This is some of the best code I've written this year. I'm loving it. I wish I could hire myself, man. I wonder if I could fit a mirror on my monitor so I can look at my face and code at the same time, you know? Anyway. Tasks. Tasks. Okay, good, good, good. So back over here. We are getting our thing actually. Now, if ID is false, I'm going to say no ID with a die statement. Otherwise, must be find one with a die statement. So if we do that, must be find one, no ID, no ID. Same with this, no ID, must be find one. Perfect. So now we are gonna get the find one thing happening. Now how on earth do we get the find one thing happening, I hear you say? Well, so here we are here, and it's all this stuff here. Let's copy this. And this, if I can get one of these endpoints working, it will be brilliant. Okay, now we'll call this private function find one. I'm going to echo welcome to find one die statement. Then we'll head upstairs. Perfect. Now, we called this module name. And that is just not great, you know. So, here's what we're going to do. Must be find one. So what we're going to do is we're going to say table name equals, now we're going to look at the URL here. So if is numeric segment 2, then the table name is actually segment 1. Otherwise, the table name, believe it or not, is segment 3. So I'm going to echo in a big old H1, the table name is table name. Little old die statement. So here it says the table name is tasks. And here it's tasks as well. So we've now successfully got the table name. Perfect. Okay. Now it's looking for module endpoints. What the heck has that got to do with anything? Okay, so I'm fetching all of these module endpoints here, and we're going and running this thing called find one. And look at this, we're taking in the module endpoints. And then we're doing a wee bit of token validation stuff. But you can see that further down here I'm saying module endpoints is. Now why the heck did I repeat it? I must be some kind of an idiot. So what I'm going to do then is simplify this. It's about damn time. So we're just going to pass in a table name and an ID. Okay, so table name and an ID. We're on find one. With a table name of table name and an ID of update ID. So there you go, table name of task ID of 3, table name of task ID of 3. Beautiful, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to build a little old function that's going to be called get module endpoints. So we'll head down here, go like this, take it this. Now this, where it says target module, I'm going to say table name. Table name. And so let me just say private function fetch endpoints, and over on find one, I'm gonna say module endpoints is that, and then we're gonna JSON module endpoints. Okay. Now it's gonna be table name. Good. So we are not gonna allow this thing to do anything unless we've got these module endpoints declared. I think that's a good idea, you know. So what we're doing now is we're saying inside modules, tasks, assets, API.json, you can see that we've got a find one here. So we've got an endpoint, and this is calling validate token. Now let's save a line of code. Let's just do this. Okay. And this is calling validate token, and validate token is a very heavy vibe. All right. Okay, now okay, so this is calling this validate token thing, which lives all the way down here. We'll make this a private function, and okay. I'm going to just search for module name. So Okay, I'm going to do something a little bit crazy. I'm going to rename module name to table name. Okay. Or maybe I'll rename table name to module name. Alright. So, we're looking for fetch endpoint auth rules. So now we've got, it's looking for a thing called API manager error. So let's get that. Good. Very nice. And you can also see that we've got a not allowed message here. Now the not allowed message goes down here. Private function not allowed message. Okay, so that was a really great day. Okay. I'm loving it. I think we're doing alright here. And I'm going to leave it at that. So that was pretty darn good. I think I got a whole lot of stuff done today. I'm feeling quite pleased. Although I did not finish the thing, I did manage to get it considerably more sophisticated than what I had planned originally. So this was good, you know. Aye, this was good. But it's certainly got a bit of work to go. It's so difficult, this thing, you know. Anyway, get add all, get commit m finishing for the day, and what we're doing is running through token validation. I'd love to keep going. I feel like I'm making progress, you know, but basically the way that this is going to work is we get a token here. So there's our token, and then we get the endpoint authorization rule. So if we take find one, for example, we can say authorization all. You see what I mean? So then we fetch the endpoints. You can see here that it's running attempt invoke before hook, so we'll add that stuff in, you know. And then attempt invoke after hook. And then finally, like that. And you can see that it's actually giving us some data back here. So we do have a working API endpoint. Which is really, really great. Okay, so that's going to be me. Thank you so much, Gear. God bless you, my friend. I'm really, really impressed with that. I wonder if you actually watch this or if you just hang out and take the trip. It's one of the great mysteries of the universe. I'm not sure if my self-esteem can handle the answer. But one thing is for sure, I'm definitely very glad that you could come and join me and keep me going. And it really does. It's motivation. Before I did these live streams, I used to waste a lot of time hanging about Twitter, arguing with strangers about bullshit. But those days have gone. Have gone. Do you hear me? And I know that so long as I'm live streaming and there might be one or two people, then I know that I'll keep away from this. You know. What the? That's a computer game. Is that a computer game? That is a computer game, folks. And I thought that was real life. Maybe this is a simulation. I thought that was a real video. Look. This is a computer game. Can you see it? Wow. 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 Look at those graphics. Oh, that's excellent, isn't it? That's some of the best graphics I've ever seen. Look at the water. Look at the water. And the light. That's incredible. The waves. There was even a wee rainbow there for a minute, or for a second. Alright, anyway, thanks for keeping me away from that. Oh, can you believe it? With an incredible 7.5 Icelandic, is it Corones? That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much indeed, Gear. You can call yourself a producer. In fact, you know what? Let's make it an executive producer of today's show. Thank you so much, Gear. God bless you. And I hope that I can get you to check out the haunted house that I'm hopefully getting soon, you know. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. That's just great. Alright, kids. And Stefan, you stayed with me the whole way. And I appreciate that. I'm very, very impressed. Thanks again so much. I really, really appreciate that. You know, you folks have totally kept me going. I don't sign on. I don't get any government grants or anything. I don't even have a job. So this is all I've got. And I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. I better go before he gives me some more. I know what he's like, you know. Bless you all to the highest, and I'll see you soon. Thanks again. Ding, 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 ding. Cheers, folks. Bye. Bye.